Should have got my new keyboard. I got a new keyboard for my mom that holds your phone up, and I haven't hooked it up yet. Probably nobody's gonna be here since really screwed up the algorithms. But the crazy thing is I have been working on this stupid project that's taken me what 2 weeks to finish. Well, the holidays, is of course took off the holidays. But dude, I have been putting so many hours into this, and I feel like it probably wasn't even worth it. I probably will get like 6 pre-records out of it and maybe 2 live streams. But I just feel like I messed up my algorithms. So what's the point? These videos aren't gonna be pushed out for you guys to see. So if you guys could please help me and share these videos, please, share them, comment. Comment is huge, and like them to try to get my algorithms up. I know it's my fault. I screwed it up. YouTube is crazy. It's all about algorithms. And if your video gets pushed out, it'll get watched. If it doesn't, it won't. And yeah, I really screwed that up. But like I said, I have been working. I think some interesting things to go over. I'm making pre-records on them now. I have another one that I'm about to upload that I have done, and then I have to finish the other ones. But it's about the David case. I was been going through the Discord, okay? A lot of these Discord messages have been passed around, and they're just like, bits and pieces here and there, like maybe a few screenshots here, few screenshots there. And I wanted to actually know like the whole context of these messages. And for instance, if you type David in or Celeste, for some reason, if you do it in the whole thing, it won't all come up. Like you have to, like for instance, some of those screenshots, I would type in, the words in it and it wouldn't come up. And I would have to get creative and type like sometimes the dates were off because depending on where the people were. And I just had to get creative in my search terms and how I search for things to finally find them. So my point is a lot of these terms, if people go in and try to find the conversation, you might not be able to find it as easily as what you think. So I spent hours going through it, finding like the context of like a lot of these conversations with David. I wanted to find more about Celeste, and I don't know. I think it's interesting. I put it all in order. Now it's not the whole Discord because that's a ton, but I try to find like the key points that people have been talking about and stuff, and just put it all in order. So I'm going to read through them. And I also actually put other stuff in like, it's mostly Discord stuff, but I did add like, well, you'll see if there's any other things that kind of fit what they were talking about in Discord. So I don't know if I don't know. I don't think I'll get all through the live stream. Like I said, this live stream is going to be it all together. I'm guessing it's probably going to be like 2 or 3 live streams. But my pre-records that I released one, go check it out, is gonna be topic related. So it's gonna be like chunks of different topics. You know what I'm saying? But it's gonna be pulled from this big timeline, okay? But I know there's some people that don't like this long form stuff and they will not sit here and watch a couple hour live. So I'm doing it for them so that, if you want to find, oh, you want to see the Discord that they talk about Celeste, that'll be all in one. You know what I'm saying? I haven't done that one yet, but I have that on my list to I have it on this big timeline, but I haven't done the pre-record on that. So anyway, that's what we're going to do. It's going to be, like I said, probably 6 or 7 pre-records. I don't know how many live streams. I'm guessing 2, but I don't know. When we start going through this, it could take way longer than I think. If you guys remember when I read the kiosk messages, I was not good at estimating how long they were going to take. So this could even be 4 lives. I don't know. But yeah, so hey, my littles, hey Flojo, hey, according to the evidence. Oh, according to the evidence, hey. Somebody here? Huh. Hey, Cat Mouse, Mel. So if you guys could help share, like, comment on these, on my pre-records, check out my pre-records too. They'll be under the video section. I need your help. Because there's not going to be very many people because the algorithms, if that's any people that are into YouTube, that's the thing. If you're not consistent, and here's another thing, even if you are consistent, some people will go every day. And if some reason you don't get into that algorithm where YouTube wants to recommend you, you could have like way better videos than all these other people getting thousands of millions of views. And it does not even matter. You could be way better. Your videos could be like so much more informative. But if YouTube, for some reason, it doesn't hit their algorithm and they don't push it out, you're screwed. But if you take big chunks of time off, you're screwed. And I just took like 2 weeks off, so I'm screwed. No, I'm okay. I was just I've been working on this and then the holidays. So it was half holidays and then half working on this. Um yeah, but also like it was Christmas, New Year's. Or Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, guys. I haven't seen you. I got my coffee warmer, so my coffee will stay hot. It's too hot. Okay, hold on, let me turn it down. Okay. So if you guys could just if you don't want to share, if you want to share it, hey, do it. Help me out. But if you just like and comment, that does help the engagement and it helps YouTube wanting to push it out more. Okay. Yeah, so we're just gonna start at the beginning of like where I pulled from Discord and stuff. So hopefully it won't disappoint you. I feel like, I kept saying I'm regretting this, I'm regretting this. I spent all this time and I neglected all the other cases. But I did learn a lot. Like, I feel like I learned a lot of I don't know. I feel like it as I'm like, oh, that's what he was talking about there. Oh, that's what because there's some things that got misrepresented, and you'll see that it wasn't like you'll see the well, I'll wait till I get to it, but some things they got passed around as one thing, and I was guilty of it too. I thought it meant this, and then I see what they were actually talking about, and it was totally misrepresented. It wasn't what we thought it was. So I'm glad I did go through it like that, but I just wish I didn't spend this much time on it. All right, let me share my screen, and we'll just start. Look, 36 people, and I spent what 12 days on this research, and see, it sucks. Sometimes it's not even worth putting extra time into it. Um, okay. I mean, it is, but I'm just saying I shouldn't. I don't know. It just sucks that all this work and not that many people are gonna even see it. All right, so let me put this over here. All right, let me share my screen. Oh wait, I already had it shared. That's right. I was all prepared today. I already had it set up. Okay, so I'm gonna put this over here and we're gonna get started. Mamma mia, hey! Let me take another sip of this before I start. Thank you, Cat Mouse. Thank you so much. That helps so much. Thank you. Okay, so I'm gonna start. Like I said, I put these first because it shows when they joined. So I don't know. So Neo joined, because this is all in order, since his was April 5th, 2016. All right, hold on. Let me now if you guys do like super chats or anything, I will get to them so I'll be having two screens up where I won't be able to see the chat while I'm reading some of this. So when I take breaks, all that stuff gets starred. So if you do, when I take a break, I'll see it and I'll thank you. So what was I gonna say though? I was gonna say one more thing. Oh, Mama Mia, I share the group. I put up Nightbot. Here, Nightbot is the Celeste. I made a Celeste group, Facebook group, because there's not really that many. I'm disappointed in the Facebook groups for this case. There's a few, but there's nothing going on in them. And all this work I've been putting into this case, and I have like so many things I could share. So come join. It's fresh. I just made it today. There's not a ton in it because I just made it today, right before the live. But here is Mama Mia, write this down. This is the command for it. Should work. Let me make sure it works. If you guys want to join. Doesn't hurt. It'll be free. I guess it's not working. What the heck? I set it up. Hold on. I did it. I don't know why it's not pulling up. Hold on. Commands. Yeah, Celeste Facebook group. It should work. Huh. It still didn't come up? What am I doing wrong? Celeste Facebook group. That's exactly what I put. Shoot. Why isn't that working, guys? Try it, Mamma Mia. That's exactly how I have it because I just checked. I want to get people to join. So shoot. Here, let me try it again. Yeah, let me just try it again and see. Shoot. Oh, I don't have it pulled up. Gosh darn it. Sorry, guys. It's coming. I just want to get this so you guys could join and Mamma Mia could command already exists. Yeah, we know it already exists, but it's not working, Nightbot. Piece of crap. Why isn't it working? It won't even let me recreate it because it already exists. I don't know. Do you have the, oh, it worked. Yes. Wait, it works for you and not me? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. All right, let's start. Um, yeah, if you don't mind sharing it, then I'll get it fixed later. I'll try to figure out why. It's saying it's a command. It's exactly how I wrote it. I don't know why it's not working. Okay. So let's do this. So yes, this is from Discord, but not all. There's some things pulled from other places. Most of it's Discord, but I added some things if it like was what they're talking about and it related. I did add other things. Okay. Okay. You guys ready? Like I said, I won't be able to see chat, so I'll see you guys in my break. Okay. Because I'm not gonna have chat pulled up because I have both of these screens with my editor. The way I have to do it. Okay. So we have Celeste joins January 4th, 2021. And then she joins which is kind of odd because I didn't even notice that. She joined David's January 12th, 2024, which is weird because she was in there talking before that and she did the live stream. So she joined the day after she did that live stream with him. If you remember, that was January 11th, 2024. Yes, actually I do have other stuff in here. I have a couple of videos in here that relates to stuff that is in here. I have yeah, there is some other things intermixed. The person that was asking, it's mostly Discord, but there is other things. There's a few videos. There's okay. So yes, January 12th, 2024. Asian, which I'm not sure if Asian is Neo or if it's his brother, but a lot of people think it might be one of them. So I just added him. May 1st, 2022 is when he joined Discord. The first one is when they joined Discord. The second is when they joined David. So he joined David's November 14th, 2022. So let's this doesn't even show him joining David's. And then Celeste joined David's January 12th. Okay. Okay. So it starts off with David's post. So this is from May 10th, 2022. He said, when I was writing this, I got a notie from you as you were talking about wanting to be with your mom and your sister again. Take me where I belong, but our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We got to push through it, bro. So I'm not sure who he's talking. I'm guessing a guy though. He says bro. So um and then I wanted to add this. So this is from 7/21/22. And obviously this isn't from David's Discord because so that's why I wasn't able to get the original. It was pulled from somebody else's Discord. It was not in David's. David's Discord didn't start till you'll see when his started. But this post came out like last month and it's very disturbing. It's from July 21st, 2022. Wait, hey, if anything goes wrong since I can't see chat, uh RIA text me or Mama Mia. I'm gonna put my phone up here. Messenger me so I know because I won't know if like what if I go out and I'm over here talking for hours and I don't even know it's off. So message me if it does, okay? Okay. Now let me continue. Sorry. So yeah, July 21st, 2022 at 2:29 a.m., David said, just committed murder. The law is after me. Durka says, did you kill a 10-year-old again? Man, you better stop. This is the 6th time already. Juriel Delia says, I don't know, has those up things, whatever. Leo says, do all white, black, and Asians come different colors? David said she said she was 12. Durka says, yep, it's dank memes. And Joel says, Durka, shut up. You built like a chubby centipede. Durka says, your mother dresses you up for Catholic school. Hold on, I gotta make sure I did something really quick. Oh my Lord. All my OCD things that I normally double check and I didn't. It'll just be 1 second. Okay, it's good. All right. Okay. So that's disturbing. And this was before David's Discord started either, so I could not find it in there, but I wanted to add it just because I thought it was important. And I don't know, it looks like it's coming from his, but I don't understand. It's not in there. You know what? I just thought of I thought of something. Dang it. I thought of a way that I could probably find that. Okay. But anyway, so this says, my parents are so effing annoying. This is from August 28th, 2022. She says her parents are so effing annoying. They won't let me go see you perform. And David says, don't worry, I'll fix it. Let me double check. I'm going to take a note. And when I take a break, I'm going to double check one more way to find this in the original. I forgot. It was I was learning how to find things as I was doing this. So this was at the very beginning. So by the time I got there, I didn't go back. And I mean, I went back to some things, but there was one way I could have checked. Okay. Anyway, yes, I have these posts too, because see, I forgot. Yeah. This isn't on Discord. I have like posts that he posted because I thought it was interesting to see what he was saying in Discord. Because remember, he doesn't have a very social life. His social life is what he's saying in Discord, if you think about it, especially at that time when he was just sitting in there, really not social, making music at the beginning. And he's an internet kid. You know what I'm saying? Like he's talking to people online. That's, I mean, I know he made his little friends app, Asia and Neo or whatever, but I just think it's interesting to see what he's saying in Discord and then what he's posting. So, and then like when his songs come out and stuff. So September 1st, 2022, he posts the romantic homicide. And, this says 9/7. So he's talking about the video came out and, we know that he posted it on her birthday, 9/7. So he's promoting that. Okay. So here is where his Discord starts. September 6th, 2022 at 5:19 p.m. Moji says first. Dixon Alieo says second. And Arar says, anyone here listen to David? And Liz says, I'm sorry. And Jacques says, yes. Deleted user says, no, sorry. Aurora says, dang it. And the deleted user says, never heard of them. Aurora says, damn, he's like Kanye West type of famous. And deleted user says, damn, this is so cute. Aurora says, right? And deleted user says, like a SoundCloud love story for real. And then Aurora says, good night, everyone. Bye-bye. And Jock says, for real. Deleted user says, how old is David? Jock says 17. This is in 2022. And deleted user says, what? And Aurora says, like. Deleted user says, WTF. And Aurora says, 17. Yeah. It says March 28th, 2005 on his Genius. And deleted user says, WTF. Kampachi said he loves me, but he couldn't talk to me because I was 16. Wait, he's not 17. No way. That's what I'm saying. He's going places for 17. I want to get into music, but how do I even start, bro? And Jock says, how old are y'all? How old y'all thought he was? Deleted user says, like 20. And Jock says, whoa. And in response to one of the deleted users saying that they want to get into music, Jock says, just start making stuff. And deleted user says, how do you get discovered though? Arar says, TikTok. That's like the new thing. And deleted user says, true. Arar says, for music. Hold on, somebody soul text. I just want to make sure everything's going good. Okay. Deleted user says, true. Arar says, for music. Jock says, I'm still trying to figure that all out. Deleted user says, all I got to do is crack FL Studio for legal reasons. That's a joke, by the way. Are you guys still here? Hold on. Let me make sure I have that right. That is kind of small. Man, you don't even know how long I tried to get these as big as possible. So when I shared them, I hope you guys could read it good. Where are we at? Oh, Jock says, I use BandLab. Deleted user says, oh, BandLab's cool. And Inglesi says same, that he uses BandLab. Now, we're going to go over a little bit about Inglesi. Inglesi wrote some music with David, and you'll see them talk about it on here, and Inglesi trying to promote it and stuff. But then after, which we'll come to, but I just want to give you a little, as I'm going through it to give you some context. Like I said, we'll get to that in the timeline when he does this, but Inglesi is one that after this all happens, he's one of the people that posts and says, why are you guys giving David the views? Like, don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, don't click on his stuff to listen to it. It's just helping him and stuff. So I think that's interesting to see how they started off and making music together and stuff. But anyway, so Inglesi says same. He uses BandLab. This is that Kampachi person that she was talking about. I just thought I'd add it for context, where she said that he wouldn't date her because she was 16. He's a rapper from San Antonio, Texas, who rose to fame after the release of Met Her on the Internet. The Internet is where we met, the latter being a slowed down version of the first. He released Oh Ya. In total, these songs had over 64,000 videos made to them on TikTok and were popular on social media platforms as well, including games like Roblox. On June 13th, 24, a close friend of Kampachi confirmed on TikTok that Kampachi had passed away, likely due to a pill overdose. There were rumors that these pills may have been laced, but this was never confirmed, nor was it addressed. In the video, nor was it addressed in the video posted by Mao. This was later confirmed on June 19th, 25, under a pinned Instagram post in the comment section, where his mother wrote he was found deceased on June 1st, 2024, while addressing the removal of his music from Spotify on YouTube. Okay, so Jock says, focusing on making R&B, and Deleted User says, I want to get into making beats or some shit, but I have decent vocals, so I wouldn't want that to go to waste. And the Inglesi says, let me hear. And Deleted User says, I'll figure it out someday. Me and my razor mic. And in response to Inglesi saying, let me hear, Jock says, okay, with crying face. And then he says, Saboki, how about you? How you doing, Yasta? Fandom says, dude, that music was so effing awesome. Jacques says, all my stuff unreleased. And Deleted User says, does David still play Fortnite though? And then Sobaki to Inglesi says, all good, bro. How you doing? Inglesi says, I'm good, man. Haven't seen you in ages. Jacques says, let me know if you hear the sound. And then in response to Inglesi saying, I'm good, Sabuki says, likewise, how you been? Inglesi says, just chilling for real. Quit effing and I make music now. Quit Fortnite and I make music now. Some of these abbreviations I looked up and learned them, and then some I probably don't know all of them because there's so many, it's annoying. But I'm learning. I'm old school. I'm older, so I'm starting to learn by going through this Discord. I'm telling you though, let me just tell you, my conclusion after going through these Discords for years, like from 2022, like not all of it, but just skimming through a lot of this Discord, it's a sick place. It is sick. These people are sick. I would never let my kid on this platform. This is not for kids. Oh, anyway, okay, so Inglesi, so Sabaki says, just checked you out. You got mad potential about Inglesi. And he says, Akahoya Wallahi. The lady just says, all the Fortnite players switch into music. I respect it. And Inglesi says, for real, Dave is an inspiration. And then we had this Deleted User doing a David with a heart. And now that like I said, that I've went through a lot of this stuff, I do not think this is Celeste. I could be wrong. It's been passed off as probably being Celeste. There's no way to know because it's deleted user, but in context, going through a lot of this stuff, I do not believe that this is Celeste that did this, okay? Just my opinion. And Gleazy says, I want to make a song with David. And deleted user says, Jacques, are you not a girl? Jacques says, no, LMAO. Deleted user says, LMFAO. I thought that was you in your PFP, your profile pic. Where are the girls at? D says, I almost did too. A deleted user says, Jock goes hard. And then she adds David. D says, skin the witch. Deleted user says, David, where you at, little bro? Who's surreal? Which, if you remember who's surreal, which we'll be getting to that with the leaked mod chats or whatever. If you remember that name, if you're familiar with this case, you might remember that name. But so who's surreal says, I cried during the music video. And I cried during, oh, sorry, that's double. Roman says that music video was the best music video I've ever seen. Pretty sure they're talking about the romantic homicide because look at the date on this. We're on September 7th. That's when he dropped it. So I'm pretty sure that's what they're talking about is the romantic homicide video. Inglesi says music video hard. Who's surreal says I know. Inglesi says I'm trying to get famous to make a video like that. Who's surreal says I love it. David, give me a chance. I love you. Inglesi says David, collab with me, which he ends up getting to collab with him. Who's surreal says David, babe, let's go on a date, and then you won't have to kill me in the back of your mind. Which he's quoting, romantic homicide, which is so crazy seeing that, and and then knowing, what's going on now, and they're making a joke, and it's not real. You know what I'm saying? It's like, whoa, because there's one time where they say, well, you'll see. I'll just wait till we get to the part. Sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm going to take a sip of this real quick. I just forgot my Facebook notifications is still on where I won't get them. I'll have to keep checking. I won't get them. They won't pop up as a notification because of long story, but okay. So Who's a Real says, in response to Who's a Real saying, babe, let's go on a date, and then you don't have to kill me on the back of your mind to David. Gleazy says, when you on the date, make him listen to my songs. Who's a Real says, pay me. And then Gleazy says, wow. And Who's a Real says with a heart face or a heart, whatever. Deleted user says, this video is beautiful. That video was beautiful. So excited. Who's a Real said, I know, I cried. Moji says, love. Moji seems like he's there's some things he says that are very disturbing too. Anyway, deleted user says, where's my pick perms at, bro? Moji, some hashtag Inglesi says, where is David? Roman said, that music video was the best music video I've ever seen. Moji said, busy. He official as F. And Inglesi says, he messaged me on Twitter and I responded and then he dipped. Inglesi says, how he get famous though? For real, I need to know. D says, gang shit. Inglesi says, I'm doing something wrong. And deleted user says, Moji. Pick, I don't know what that is. Pick perm, I don't know. And this is Moji. This was posted on Reddit, and it says, it's a picture of him. It says, Moji is one that made the server for David, and he was the first in there. If you see, he was first, remember? So he made the server for David and was acting and posing as his best friend. He said that they met and did music together and have songs together. That Moji dude is still trying to get clout off of David. He would boast and brag how he was a rich kid that had a rich, famous friend. David being one of them, and that everyone best be nice to him and kiss his ass because he can turn into David at any time on the server. Shit was weird. And he just left a comment today, a few hours after I messaged someone else about him. They are all connected to each other, and they all knew about Celeste and how old she was because mostly all of them were 16, 17-year-olds. In 2022, Moji was 17 years old, saying he was turning 18 in a couple months or some shit. This is him. Okay, Inglesi says, Jock, did you get a feature from David? Jock said, yeah. D says, 20, question mark. And Gleazy says, how, bro? And deleted user says, Jock, 9 hours ago. David about the biggest artist out there. Already inspiring and moving millions of people around the world. And Jock, in response to how he got a feature with David, says he said he wanted to. And Gleazy said, yeah, but like, how you get in contact with him? And Jock says, Instagram and TikTok. Jock said, and Gleazy says, damn. And then Gleazy says, send me your stuff in DM, your BandLab link or whatever you upload to. Jock says, I haven't released anything yet. Just have like a 40-second cover on SoundCloud. And Gleazy says, send. Jock says, 12:04 p.m. for me here, or for me. Big Matcha Chief says 12. And Gleazy says, where are you from? Jock says, LA. And Gleazy says, dope. David's so hard. Big Matcha says, demonic. Where are you guys typing? And Jock says, here. Moji says, hi. Jock says, hi. Why are you asking these weird questions? Jock says, thank you. Thoughts on iPhone 14? Deleted user says, no. 90,000. Or and then they add 90,000 and deleted user. No way you guys are still in VC. 90,000 says, join back. And Gleazy says, David's so hard. Phantom says, so am I when I listen to him. And Gleazy says, Ayo. Deleted user said, F David. Jalen says, roar. Moji says, F you. To the person that says F David. And then Jalen says, rar. And deleted user says, vouch. I don't know. Jalen says, meow. And in response to Moji saying F you, deleted user says, F that boy, David. He buns. So I screenshot a couple things on Gleazy. This is what he posted recently after the whole, September 23rd, 2025. So after finding out about Celeste. And Gleazy says, I just want to kind of give you this, and then you'll see a bunch more of him in the past talking. So this jumps ahead where he's saying, why are you streaming Dave? Why are you still streaming David? If you want to listen to the music that bad, just download it. But do y'all realize that by streaming, you're giving him money that can be used to pay for better lawyers, and he gets taken to court? And then he says, a new girl David had dated in 2023, whilst she was underage, has got in touch with me, and she has multiple screenshots of everything that happened between them. Just know there could even be more, and any people comfortable enough to come out, please do. We will do our best to help. So that's kind of taken out of context. Like I said, I just wanted to kind of show you what he was doing in the present time. And now we're going back to September 8th, 2022. Okay. And Gleazy says, just made a song with David, feeling good. Damn, that's sick releasing it. Or that's sick releasing it. And he says, after the art is done, yeah. And RR says, whoa, are you Arab? And Gleazy says, just put out the song with David. And Gleazy says, yes. So he is. He's saying, yes, he is. Oh, he probably seen the cover or something. I don't know. Because that's kind of an odd question to ask. Valuna says, huh? Cool. Congrats. And Gleazy says, Arar says, cool. It's crazy because just the day before he was like, how do you get in touch with them? I want to get in touch with them. Because now we're on September 8th. We were on September 7th when Gleazy was freaking out because people were getting in touch with them, and Jock said they had a feature or whatever. And now all of a sudden he has a song with them. That's kind of crazy. A day later, he probably had something done and he sent it to him, and David probably liked it or something. Anyway, so Gleazy says, or Rar says, cool. And Gleazy says W. Okay. Deleted user says, shut up about making a song with him. Mox says, dog, what? Deleted user says, Mox, with this crying face. And when deleted user saying shut up to Gleazy's like, bro, what? He says, why are you using David's name as a flex? And Gleazy says, I'm not, bro. We just made a song together. Just trying to get it to blow up. And deleted user says, bro, you keep sending it in here. And in response to Mox says, hey, baby. And deleted user says, I thought you left Discord. And in response to the deleted user saying, bro, you keep sending it in here. And Inglesi said, I never sent that song. And deleted user says, now you keep talking about it, I mean. And Inglesi says, just trying to promote it. Really wanted to do well because like none of my songs do well. And deleted user says, I don't know. Promoting and core don't do well. I think somebody's jealous, really. Inglesi says, legit. No one sees anywhere else I promote. No one sees anywhere else I promote. Maki says Inglesi just advanced to level 2. And Inglesi asks, deleted user, will you listen to the song? Now we have the nice person, 22, saying Inglesi, I will. I'm always open to new music, but I don't like country, rap, hip hop the most. Deleted user says sure about listening to the song. And then Inglesi says it's R&B to nice person. And Inglesi thanks deleted user for listening. She said, thanks, man. I can send it in DMs. And when Inglesi said it's R&B, nice person says, I'll listen to it. And Inglesi says, thanks, man. Or deleted user says, yeah, like send it in DMs. Nice person says, me too, please. Nice person advanced. Okay. Just put the song with David. Link. Just put out the song with David. Inglesi says, fandom says link. So Soleo says, Shoon, what's up, big head? David now comes into chat for the first time. He posts, I don't know, is that anime or something? I don't know, some cartoon character. So we're on September 8th, 2022. Okay. Let me take a sip of this. Is anybody saying anything in chat, by the way? Okay, you guys are still going. I just wanted to check back. Hey, everybody. Okay, I'm going to continue reading because we got a lot to get through. We're not going to get through it all today, but hopefully you guys will learn some stuff like I did. And I didn't mean that to sound like negative. It's not like I'm like degrading you. I don't mean it like that. Anyway, so he posts this picture. Len says, how's everyone? Deleted user says, bad, not going to lie. And deleted user says real to that thing he posted. And they say, oh my God, is that David? And I'm going to replace the N word to bro. It says, bro really got ignored in his own server. This is a violation. I think because it took him 5 minutes to no, hold on. It took him, wow, like almost 25 minutes or so for anybody to even say anything after he posted that. So they're saying, oh my God, is he really getting ignored in his own server? The nice person said, LOL, Kira, which here's another thing that I don't have an answer to this. Is this the Kira that comes out? I think it is because in her messages, she talks about meeting him in 2022 is when she meets him. And when those messages when they come up in the timeline, you'll see what I'm talking about. I think it's the same Kira. Remember he writes the song about with the Kear, everything starts with the letter. And she talks about how she had a relationship with him. So I think this is the Kira that he had a quick relationship with. And that he ends up she's the one that he ends up breaking up with because she's in high school, right? And she can't like come on tour with him and stuff, I think. I don't know. Okay. So Kira says, done, 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 done. DD Jen. Hi guys. And in the response to the leader just saying that he got ignored, Aurora says, oh my God. And then Chapa says, make a manager role. And deleted user's response to that picture David posted and said, crazy. Now we're still 9-9. Hold on. Why do I have, that was 9-8. Now we're on 9-9. So September 9th. Kira says, I want to draw him once I get more paper because I do realism art plus add concepts of music artists like lyric SSDs or whatever. Kira just advanced to level 1.
Kira says, this weekend, maybe you'll see something in the photos, whatever it's called, chat thingy thing, if I get the paper. Deactivated account says, David, romantic homicide. This is amazing. Congratulations on the beautiful work. Arar says, early supporter. Nice. Nice person said, his music video is now getting views more. Arar says, YH, whatever. What is that? Yeah. I don't know. Nice person. And as that gradually increases on social media as the day passes, it will start being played on the radio and the audience will grow, giving him more views and will eventually be on the top 100 billboard, making people subscribe to his channel as they wait for his next single or EP or album, as the majority of people will judge that song if it is good or not. So making some hits through the months and as he's becoming bigger artist and probably doing it rest of his life. So he's getting a lucky start from one song, which can lead to greatness. Arar says, giving you more views. And nice person says, I edit it to him. Arar says, I see. Nice person says, I pretty much said what his future be like because I've seen it before. Arar says, I'm guessing you're just waiting for him to blow up so you can I told you so, us, like 90% of his listeners. Nice person says, nah, I'm just saying he's going to blow up bigger and better because many people will say in his comments of his previous songs that he will be big someday or blow up someday, which has already happened. We are just waiting for him to blow up bigger from his most popular song with his new music video. Nice person says, and it's the same person says, so I always hope I can cheer to a thriving artist. Inglesi, who is singing each part in your new song, because it's confusing and there's no lyrics. Oh, he's saying Inglesi, who is singing each part in your new song? Because it's confusing and there's no lyrics. And Inglesi says, my bad, didn't add lyrics. I do the chorus. David does a verse, then chorus again, then my verse. Nice person said, the audio on your part it doesn't sound right. Inglesi says, what do you mean? Nice person says, like kind of static or something like. I mean, I record on a trash mic. Nice person says, damn. Inglesi says, Arar says, it's all good to Inglesi. Nice person said, if you could do a lyric one, I probably will understand the song better. Arar says, you'll up your production sooner or later. Nice person says, eventually people do. What I have heard of it, it sounds not bad. It's just no lyrics and trash mic, sorry, throws me off. But it could potentially be a hit or help grow your career. Oh, he's offline now. Deactivated account says the clip quality is amazing too. David, it will explode soon. This guy's talent is absurd. Very proud of him. It's been a while since I've seen something this good. Arar says, me too. Nice person says, it's just that about 20,000 people subscribe to him, which is hard to start for a music video. But social media catching up. All we got to do is wait. Deactivated account says, with his talent, if he keeps up these amazing songs, he's going to be one of the greatest. I trust his potential. Yeah, one of the greatest in prison. Nice person says, I only like romantic homicide. Some of his other songs are not bad, but I'm sure he'll make some good music. I probably will like. Says, me too. Oh wait, hold on, it didn't go. So now we're David. So now we're jumping from not September 9th to October 23rd. So less than a month, we're jumping ahead. David at 11:01 p.m. He said, what is happening? Ona says, for real with skeleton faces. Prada says, David, join our channel. David says, I'm crying. Ona says, I'm out, peace. Nice person says, going to bed. David says, real. And Deleted Judah says, all right, time to go. And Kanji says, not man crying. JFKS Ball says, bro, I need placebo effect. Kira says, here for now, but I'm gone tomorrow. Life around me is filled with sorrow. I'm taking the pain of the breaths because tomorrow might be my last. Kira says, play, don't leave me by 07KHR. I think if I'm remembering right, because I have to choose, like I can't add the whole Discord, so I have to cut into different conversation. I have to choose what what to add, and because we can't go through all of it, obviously, it'll take years. But if I'm remembering right, though, real quick, what they're talking about, what is happening, I think this is the one where they're talking about, I could be wrong, but they're talking about like Simba and somebody saying he's hot, and they're talking about like doing animals and stuff. I think that's where this cuts in. And I was gonna go add it, but it was just, oh, I don't know. I have so much stuff I just didn't get around to. I think that's where that cut in. Okay. So Kira says, "Don't leave me by whatever 07KHR." Kenji says, I don't know what I wish I knew all these ISTG, whatever. One of the MFs who said there were 14 is talking about dick sucking, bro. Deleted user says, "What the hell?" Tempest says, "Oh my, OMM, Sam's dead says, LMAO. Arar says, "Brothers' kids are weird nowadays, for real." Kanji says, "I'm a minor and I ain't say that shit." Arar says, "That's David." Raul LMAO says, "Science and math better." Deleted user puts a sticker of David to that's David. Kira says, "Deafened." She posts this little cat, says, "Pretty, pretty, please play Don't Leave Me by 07KHR, last verse." David says, "I'm going to sleep now, guys. I'll be on tomorrow." Arar says, "Check DMs." Kira says, "Good night. I DM'd you about the art." And Raul says, "Good night." Arar says, "Good night." And somebody deleted you says, "If David goes to sleep, I go to sleep too." Kenji says, "Men moan girlier than women do. What the F?" Okay, so now that was 10:23 at 11:11 p.m. Now we're at 11:13. Wait, well, hold on. Yeah, so he's saying he's going to bed, right? At 11:11. I'm going to sleep now, guys. But then 2 minutes later, Celeste comes on and says, "Bark." And Kenji says, "Bro, I love like a dino." Sam's dead said, "Email, LMAO." Yes, of course. And Reese says, "Nana reference, or am I seeing things?" And in response to Kanji saying, "Men grown girlier than women do. What the F?" Sam's dead said, "I think about this a lot." Raul says, "Who's playing like a dino?" IP7 says, "Bro, you didn't hear Travis there?" Celeste says, "David." And I don't know, the original message was delayed, but David. David says, in response to David, he says, "Celeste in here?" And Celeste says, "Hi, David Bark." Kanji says, "My effing keyboard is broken." Zerk, but not that Zerk. Some ZXRK says, "You're." Raul says, "Go to bed." Celeste says, "I just joined." LOL Z. And Kira says, "Am I the only one that can't hear the call?" And that's another thing that I don't understand Discord completely. Like VC and all this stuff, like are they on a call? Like a lot of times they're talking about like they're talking. So I know you could do like audio channels and stuff. So am I understanding right? Like sometimes like right now they might be actually talking to David. Like is he doing like they're talk about being on a call a lot. And like I said, since I haven't done much with Discord as far as like on my own. Like I haven't done like any audio or calls or whatever. So I don't know how that would look. Like you're in chat typing and then somebody's out like talking, like everybody gets on a call or something. Voice chat. That's what that is. Okay, so how to open. I just want to see some audio-based rooms, which I saw that I could make an audio room. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's not that complicated. So they're all, and a lot of the times they're doing a voice chat where they're talking, I guess, in a voice chat room, audio room, and then they're still chatting in the general chat. So it just sucks though because we're not able to hear all that. So imagine what information, like if we were able to hear like these conversations that they're having. But remember, a lot of these people that are talking, they're in it. Like a lot of them are in it talking, so they're hearing it. So you could kind of get a sense of maybe some of the stuff that they're talking about because what they're typing. But I mean, there's still so much lost. But anyway, okay. So, where are we at? So Kira says, "Am I the only one that can't hear the call?" That Z guy says, "Same here." Kira says, "Never mind." Deleted user says, "What's the spruce?" Raul says, "Go to bed." David said, "No, but you noticed a couple minutes ago, like 10 minutes prior, he said, 'Okay, I'm going to bed.'" Now Celeste gets in there and they're like, "Go to bed." "No, not going to bed now." Anyway, deleted user says, "Okay." Bond says, "Skill issue." David Prada says, "David, let me send you beats." Kanji says, "My cat almost crushed me under a 200-pound dresser." David said, "How?" Kira says, "Good night." Raul says, "That was so unexpected." Steph says, "You lucky as F, LMAO." Kira says, WGAT. Oh my God. I wish they would just talk regular. So I know what they're freaking saying. That's shortened word phrase represent the full form. Wait, what does it mean then? Does anybody know what that means? It's not coming up when I try to look it up. I don't know. What got. I don't know. But anyway, so they, whatever that means. I don't know why it's not coming up. I was having trouble with some of the abbreviations when I was trying to look them up where they wouldn't show me what they were. Anyway, Celeste says, "How verify." So she's trying to verify something. I don't know. So she says, "How verify." Kira says, "Do you guys want to hear an ass song?" Pag says, "Bro needs to put 11 p.m. on Spotify." Reese says, "What?" Candy said, "It only has 3 legs and my cat jumped off of it and it effing almost wobbled over." Muscle Bob said, "When's the games gonna be at?" Celeste says, "Wait," shaking my head, "what the F?" Muscle Bob says, "Next week, Friday." And Reese says, "Bro, what?" about her cat, wobbling the table. David said, "This Friday." Wait, what was the question? The games. Oh, so he's saying this Friday, David says. Muscle Bob says, "All right, bet. What we gonna play?" David said, "Who's gonna play I'm doing MW2?" Or who's gonna play, he says, and then I'm doing MW2. Soap says, "My cat almost killed me and jumped into my car." Prada adds David. Kira says, "What is MW2?" Prada says, "Add me back." David says, "Modern Warfare 2." And who's gonna play? Who's gonna play? I'm doing okay. So he's asking who in response to who's gonna play. Muscle says, Sure, I'll hop in." Lewis says, "Damn, I didn't even know it was Sunday." And then deleted user says, "Wait, what's this Friday?" Kira says, "Theos is sad." Muscle Bob says, "Games, MW2." Kira says, "This VC is gonna make me jump off my roof." Lewis has some skeleton faces. Muscle Bob says, "For real." Lewis says, "Oh my God." Bro's just garbage, Muscle Bob says. Hits front. Tina says, "Hi." Kanji says, "Y'all finna catch a case." And it was in response to a message that we can't see now. It's deleted. Um, Muscle Bob says, "I just said games we gonna play. MW2. WTF." Dave says, "Y'all still in that VC?" with a cry face. Reese says, "The VC what?" David tries to add, or Brada adds David again. David says, "That VC is what he'll, wait, that VC is what he'll sound like." Reese says, "Who's playing in the PH intro?" So David's like, "Yeah," to Prada at him. He's like, "Yeah." Um, and in response to Kenji saying, "Y'all finna catch a case," 90,000 says, Who y'all, LMAO?" In response to David saying, "Y'all in that VC," Muscle Bob says, "I'm finna leave, bro. Boy's just freestyling from a garbage ass mic." But Lewis says, "Me." And then in response to, Prada at David saying, "Yeah." Prada says, "Can you add me back to send you some beats?" David said, "'Kay." Muscle Bob says, "Shut up." Prada says, "Bet," to David sending David beats. Durdon says, "David." And 90K says, "Who's y'all, LMAO?" Kanji says, "The MF adults of the server," talking about where she says, "Y'all gonna catch a case." They're like, "Who's y'all?" Valua says, "Bro's lagging so bad." David said, "You in here mad later? You in here mad oh, no, sorry, I said that wrong. You in here mad late, are." Um, Dudden said in response to Dudden saying, David says, "Late, late, late." Dudden says, "My B, bro." Prada says, "3 more boosts until you get vanity." Period says, "Yo." 90K in response to the adults in the server are gonna get a case. He says, "Shit, is there mad young people here?" Like, is there young people here? Reset, laughs. LMFAO. Nice person says, "Oh my god, the Discord server imagine looks so cool." 90K says, "Hell nah, hell nah." Kenji says, "Yeah, bro." David asked people's ages, and most said under 18. Cry face. Deleted user has some skull face. Jock has sends a mushroom. 90K. How old is you? Kanji says fungus to the mushroom. Ree says 9 question mark. David said what? Anna says huh? Muscle Bob says nah. C says oh. Jock says flowers to that mushroom. So Kanji saying fungus to the mushroom, and Jock just says flowers. That does they do wait? Do they really think that's a flower? Ree says 9 is crazy. The nice person says bro. Um, how old is you? 90K asks Kanji. How old is you? Anna has crying face. Period says, "Damn, Eon, know anyone in here? WTF." Kanji says, "Fungus plus flowers. I don't know nature." Or no, fungus plus flowers equals I don't know nature. Muscle Bob says, "Nah, who's actually 9? Nah, W2F. Who got their kid in this server?" Kanji says, "Minor." So Kanji's basically saying she's a minor, or he's a minor. Is a she. Um, and Ree says, "You heard it too about the who's actually 9?" Or Ree's is like, "You heard it too?" Like making sure they heard that somebody said they were 9. Delete you says LFMAO. 90K says heard. But Lewis sends this. This is your very beginning of your legendary conversation with LMNL. Please let me hit. Let me hit. I don't know what that is. You heard it too. Yeah, Muscle Bob says David does some crying faces. Muscle Bob or Ree says 9 is crazy. Kanji says yikes to this. I don't know why I don't get what this is even. I don't know why that's yikes, but 90K said this foul. Wait, what am I missing on this? What is foul about this? You guys help me out. Why are they hold on. Oh, how long have I been muted? How long have I been muted, you guys? How long have shoot. Did I miss anything? Gosh darn it. Let me see what you guys are saying. How long though? Can somebody answer it? Was it when I was reading at all? Let me check. I mean, do I need to reread anything? Just a couple minutes? Was I reading anything though? When you asked what was oh, okay, good. Then I didn't miss anything. Okay, thanks. Flo. That's exactly what I wanted to know is when. So I don't need to reread anything. Yeah, I don't understand. What I was saying is, do you think this is hold on. Does my screen look like that? Hold on, let me see what my screen looks like on YouTube. It's looking really weird right now. Hold on. Okay, it's good. All right. So yeah, I don't know why they're freaking out about this. I don't get what this is in response to. Maybe it's about that 9-year-old and then that's messed up. Okay. So let's continue here. Um yeah, Kanji says yikes to that. 90 says this is foul. Sam's dad said, "Weren't you going to bed?" to nice person. Deleted user says, "Ain't no way." Cuz probably cuz David's in chat, right? Okay. Wait. Am I in a circle? What the heck is going on? No, I'm not a circle. Wow, my thing is showing me a circle. Sorry, guys. I just want to make sure because I didn't want to be a circle. I don't like being a circle. He's right. I think I'm an idiot. I don't want to be a circle. Okay. Let's go. Let's continue. Okay. Um, so Celeste Celeste responds to that screenshot that I'm a little bit confused. And she says, "Whoa, man, that is so Discord mod." And Maki says, "Celeste just advanced to level 1." Ree says, "9 is crazy." Muscle Bob says, "Literally." So that has to be to that 9-year-old quote. It has to be that he responded to like the minor about saying I'll hit that or something, right? Because that's I mean, for to have a reaction like that, it has to be. Wait, hold on, I have a question. Who chooses what pictures go up here? Because look what that is. When you reach level 1, it's a bloody face. I'm just noticing that. That's crazy. I'm over here editing all these little screenshots together, and I like don't even notice that there's a bloody freaking face when Celeste moves up to level 1. And I'm guessing it's everybody that moves up to level 1, right? It's the Discord server that put these pictures in, right? That's sick. And that's okay. Nobody picked that out before. Like, why is there like a bloody freaking mouth? Wow. Anyway, and it's just crazy that I'm notice it and it's Celeste that just moved up and it's a anyway. Ree says 9 is crazy. Muscle Bob says literally. Wait, what are you guys saying? Hold on. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Prada says, "David, can I get the member role?" So, this is kind of a new Discord, so everybody's trying to get, to members or whatever. Muscle Bob posts this picture of a guy basically cooking in his underwear. But Lewis says, "David, help, bro." Kira says, "This VC makes me want to drown." Muscle Bob says, "Yo." Deleted user says, "For real." Muscle Bob or Kanji says, "This you?" Talking about asking if this picture is him or her. Yeah, Muscle Bob him. Prada says, "I'm trying to be a mod where can I apply?" Prada says. Um, and Tempest said in response to Valua saying, "Help, bro." Tempest says, "Should have saw earlier." Oh, because everybody's coming at him because he's the one that posted that screenshot of whatever that was. So that's why he's like, help, bro. Nice person says, well, I'm officially going to bed. Good night, y'all. And Muscle Bob says, yeah, that is him. I don't feel like, I think he's lying. I don't think that's him. That looks just like a screenshot that he got offline. I guess, I don't know. If that's him, doesn't he look too old to be like talking to these kids? I don't know. Anyway, Prada says, can make an application right now. Man, this Prada really wants to get into these roles. Um, and Tempest says facts about her trying to get, or him trying to be a mod, him or her, whoever Prada is. Um, and in response to where Tempest says, you should have saw that earlier to the Voluis, nice person says, I know, right? And Prada says, I'm on Discord 17 hours a day. Prada says, Kira, interview me. So Kira must be a mod. She must be have a role in it. You know what I'm saying? Because why is he asking Kira to interview him? So Kira must already have a role in the Discord, huh? Anyway, Kanji says, what is so interesting about Discord? And he probably took her off because they probably ended up being friends and then maybe dated and then took her off when they broke up. Maybe, I don't know, because it's not showing her being a mod anymore, right? Or I don't know. Because Discord, I don't even know all the roles in Discord. They have like a bunch of different roles, right? I don't have anybody like any rules yet because I haven't had time to really set mine up. Anyway, so Prada says, Kira, interview me. Candy says, what is so interesting about Discord? And Muscle Bob says, bro, 350 ESEX in response to Prada saying that he or she's on Discord 17 hours a day. They said 350 ESEX. That sounds a little suspicious. Wait a minute. Wait, is Muscle Bob offering money for ESEX? Is that or something? What's that all about? That seems weird. Now learning about how Discord is very known for this sick stuff. Anyway, Ozzy says, hello. Nice person says, David is gone. Kira says, I had to leave the call. It was too much. Raul Mayo says, I only like being cold at night. Sam's Dead says, we. Kira says, I'm good. Tempest says, damn Discordian noches, y'all. For real. Sam's Dead says, good night. And then Kanji says, I like being cold unless I'm about to sleep. Lewis says, Kira, bless me with some semi-mod so-called abuse my bless me with semi-mod so-called abuse my powers 100%. I don't know. I guess he wants a roll or something, right? Kira says no. Only David can. I don't want to give out stuff. Muscle Bob says, whoa, whatever that means. Equivocant, I don't know, just a bunch of letters. Nice person says, I do hope to get mod sometime. Lewis says, I'll just ask him then. Cry face. Prada says, Kira, join VC. The leader user says, ain't no way. Kira says, why? Prada says, interview me. Kira says, it's cringe. No. Prada says, for staff. I'm trying to be a Discord mod. Muscle Bob says, hopefully I get to E-sex David tomorrow. Yeah, this guy. He's trying to. Oh, look at this level one. So it's different things. They're not all the same level one. So it says just Cynogen advanced to level 1. It's a bloody, I don't know, red around the lips and around the eyes. Okay, so Muscle Bob says, nah. To somebody. I don't know. So somebody must have responded to the E-sex thing. We don't know what they said because it was deleted. But whatever they said, Muscle Bob said, wasn't wanting that. He says, nah. Anna has a cry face. Cynogen advanced to level 1. So Kanji said, deserved. And Kira says, I'm here for the music, not the staff interviews. Deleted user posts this, not a fan of this guy, jerk, and posts this thing where it's a screenshot that says accidentally emoted. Nice person says, I do hope to get mod sometime. And Sam's Dead says, you're VIP. Kira says, do you pay for VIP? Sam's Dead said, be grateful. Nice person says, no. Kira said, aw. Deleted user says, not for interview, bitch. Candy says, do y'all give a F about having roles? Kira says, no, I don't use Discord. I don't think the focus is the individuals enough for us to know each other in this specific server for roles. But I don't know. Maybe I'm dumb. Um, Candy says, you specifically having a role would help now. Or wait. You specifically having a role would help how? And Smiley says, not me specifically, but there being roles in general. Like I'm trans. So in VC, people will assume I'm a girl. But by seeing I have a he, him pronoun role. Wait. But by seeing I have a him, he pronoun role, will know how to address me. Same for other people. Kira says, that makes sense. I was thinking like extra roles for some reason. And then she says, I can give myself roles, but I'm not gonna, LOL. Um, Smiley says, I mean, is that Instagram people close to David could have special roles, but in general, I think just pronoun and age rules will be useful. Kenji says, I agree with the age one. At least having a minor and an adult one, because people be pretending to flirt, then realizes the other is a minor, cry face. Kira means, I mean, this server shouldn't be for flirting, though. And Smiley says, no, yeah, that would be helpful too. That's why I put my age in my bio too. Kenji said, I would if I was targeted by pedos so much. Kira says, I think people who e-date probably are lonely and can't really find people in real life. So it makes sense, IG, but like you'll eventually find people in real life. What's IG stand for? I know the Instagram, but that wouldn't be Instagram, right? It makes sense, maybe. It makes sense, Instagram or in I get maybe it makes I don't know. But she's saying it makes sense, but like you'll eventually find people in real life. Um Kira, and then she says, I had no social life. Then I started pretending I'm cool on Insta to people at school. Um And then she says, worked. I've only e-dated people from my school and like middle school during like Thanksgiving break. I hung out with a guy for the first time yesterday. Hashtag first kiss. Investress 4A says, I see. Kira says, anyways. Nice person says, David is not here actually. Or she said, David is not on here actually. Nice person said, and then they say, not that. I was talking about something else. Muscle Bob said, I'm trying to verify, but I can't. Can you help me out? I literally sent verify. Kira says, yep, he's not. Nice person said, isn't it good, Kira? Kira said, isn't what good? A nice person says, the first kiss. Kira says, I think you have a problem with communication and relationships. So they either don't work out or when you did communicate, the other person was bad at it, which you have to kind of figure out if they will be, or you have to kind of figure out if they will before you date by knowing them for some time. And if in 3 months you aren't dating or they aren't the same, then don't date them. But maybe I'm wrong. And Matt says, make music, not love. Kara says, make music about having no love. And Matt says, me. Kara says, me too. Stuff to Sync says, how to verify. Kira says, do verify in commands. I'm going to take a, oh, I guess. Thank you, Bobby. It's, I guess. Sorry. Some of them are the most obvious and I just can't think in the moment. Thank you. You're right. It's so nice that every time I take a sip, it's still hot. Who gave me the idea for the coffee warmer? I can't remember, but whoever did, best idea ever. Okay. So systems or Silent said there's some MFs like that at school who like high keys, some quiet people are so hyped in text and dry as hell in real life. Kira says, okay. Viestra says, ain't working. Kira says about the verify. And Kira says, to be honest, I'm loud enough now. I grew out of my mute era. Now we have 128 November 18th, 2022. Now, this isn't necessarily when this interview is from, but it's when he wrote this that he's going to read. So this is the thing, because he says he has the exact date and time when he wrote this. So this fits in the timeline right here, because we were just at October 23rd, 2022. He said he wrote this November 18th, so less than a month after that. So he writes this, and I'm going to play it. Let me put on my earphones. So we know he already knows Celeste by now, because this is all in order. Remember, this is all in order. So if you see it right here, everything before already happened. So he already knows Celeste by now. Okay.
Title is Falling in Love, and this was written at 1:28 a.m. on November 18th, 2022. Falling in love, what an effortless fall, but an even easier break. Unless I fall into you, emotions collapsing, flowing as water, in perfect harmony, as a hapakolo dance, controlled chaos, revolting beauty, living decay. Why can't I have a love such as this? Am I unable to fall in the direction meant for me? I long for a synergistic collapse into another's soul, but I have yet to understand my own. The conflict of self, not external, but internal. The dissonance of heart and mind. The silence that begins and ends with the words, I love you. Such an empty sentiment, but I long for it still. I see it now. I see her. Shall I open my heart this time? Once, only once. As I approach her in the seemingly empty space, I call out to her. Swelling, filling, she looks at me. Space no longer empty. No key to these souls of ours. Only locked eyes. Inch by inch, my soul crawls to you. Bruised and battered. You pick me up with a single hello.
Okay. So that was what, November 18th. And then now we're at November 25th. Still in 2022. Oh, this is the Simba talk. Sorry, I did end up adding it. So that other one where they break into that conversation, it must not have been anything. It must have been something that probably took place on that voice chat or whatever. So it probably didn't make much sense, because if I'm not going to cut into a conversation if like he's like, oh my God, I'm leaving and something happened. I'm going to find out what they're talking about, at least. You know what I'm saying? So if you guys remember when I was talking about that, it probably was something that there wasn't any proof of what was happening in the Discord chat. Okay, so this is the Simba one. Okay, so Deanna says, Simba is low-key attractive. And Kanji says, the lion? Let me put this down. And Deanna says, you heard me. And Smiley says, I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, or it's going to trigger the algorithm or whatever, but you could see what it says. Somebody's calling out that there's somebody in chat that likes animals. The B word. Okay, so deleted user says David with this and Lena says, we know what KYS stands for, and I just don't even think, I feel like I know we're allowed to say kill, and I don't have a problem with that. With YouTube, they never had a problem saying that, or murder or anything like that, which a lot of people won't even say that. YouTube, you could say those words and you're fine. But when you add the kill and then that next part, I think when that's together because of what it means, that's where I think there's an issue. So everybody knows what KYS stands for, right? So I'll just do KYS when that. So that's what somebody's saying. KYS. Oops. Deleted user has the skeleton face. Smiley post this dumbass picture with, I don't know. David comes in and says with the skull. And then the cry face. Lena says, please trust me, bro. Deleted user says, David ain't seen none. And Lena says, I don't know that face. Wait, what are you guys saying? Dana says, I'm scared, bro. And then in response to David's skull face, Smiley says, you didn't see anything, okay? Dana says, wait, David here? Lena says, for real. Deleted user does the crying face, and Lena says, absolutely nothing. David said, right. Dana says, LMAO, he didn't see my Simba comment. We are good. And Smiley says, chat's been 100% normal. Deleted user says, it was supposed to be a joke, cry face, unless, but how do you know, deleted user? Because that you weren't the one that said it. Dana said it. Anyway. Kendra says, y'all act like David even cares. Smiley says, only legal activity's been spoken. Deanna says, indeed. And Smiley says, get the unless out, because they're saying it was supposed to be a joke unless, and Smiley saying, get the unless out. Dana says, nah, with the devil face, so that she obviously she means that she meant it. Lena says, David, me and you for real. I'm the obe with the closed mouth. Oh, they're cute though, but and Kianji says, David is happily married to Arar. David said, what were y'all talking about? Dana says, nothing weird. Lena says, nothing weird. Deleted user says, I searched hater, but a ton of corny gifts came up. And in response to David said, what were y'all talking about? Kanji said, someone was trying to F Simba. And Lena says, David, someone kept asking for an OG role. Someone want to F a lion that's animated. Bonnie and Waluigi married. Everyone calling everyone weird. And Angel says, what is YH? Something slide me OG role. You have slide, I don't know. What the heck? This is annoying with all these stupid freaking God abbreviations. Half the ones won't even come up when I try to look for them. Oh, yeah. I guess it just stands for yeah. Well, why don't you just write yeah? Just write YA instead. It makes more sense than YH. Anyway, yeah, slide me OG roll. Smiley says, basically. And Kanji says, he ain't even here no more. This Viper guy is weird, okay? You'll see, I have mixed feelings about him. And once we get into, his crap, I'll tell you, like, kind of my thoughts on him. I think he's trolling. But in the long run, so I'll just tell you real quick. He's the type, what he does is he comes into this chat and he screenshots anything that is inappropriate that people say. So he has like proof, and then he exposes them and he'll show that he has these screenshots of what people are saying. It's very, it can make people like, oh, shoot, don't expose that. And he'll just be like, haha, look, you said this, I got this. He does it with David a lot. Like, look what you said, and he posts it. So the thing is he's doing the right thing because he's calling out these sickos, but I don't think he's doing it for the purpose of being right and doing a good thing. I think he's doing it for the purpose of just trolling them, being a jerk. You know what I'm saying? So I have mixed feelings because he's calling the right things out because they're being sick, and these people need to just be scared and not talk like this because there's young kids here. But like I said, he's not doing it to be a good person. He's doing it to be a troll, in my opinion. And okay, so and another thing is I guess this is him. I don't know for sure. He posts this. It says I'm high. So I'm guessing this is Viper right here. I'll play the video and then we'll continue with the chat. I just added this video because he's in this chat a lot. So if this is him, okay, here we go. Wait, did I not do the video? Oh, here it is. Sorry. Oh, let me read this first and then I'll do what's next. He says, I'm gonna die Saturday, January 21st, 9:30 a.m. to 12. And he has it scratched out. And he says Sunday, 22nd, January 22nd, 9:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. And then 2231 baby says, got me there, not gonna lie. And then Viper responds to that with this video saying, I'm high. And here's the video.
My main goal is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody.
Let's watch that again. Yeah, it's odd.
My main goal is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody.
What is with those teeth? This guy's scary. But the thing is he's not the one in chat acting all weird, like creepy. Everyone else is, and he's calling him out. You would think this guy wouldn't want this guy. Oh my Lord, look, he looks scary. Okay, so let's continue. Yeah. Okay. How many people we got in chat, by the way? Come to chat, everybody. Okay. Oh, wait, I have my YouTube up. Oh, shoot. How many people we got? Let's see. 123. Okay, not bad. But why does it say something different? And YouTube says something different than my StreamYard. All right, let's continue here. Okay, deleted user says, that hurts me. I'm skinny as shit. Wait, let me see if that, we're on, hold on, let me see what date. So that was January 1st, 2023. So now we're into the new year, okay? And then now January, wait, that was January 20th. Now we're on January 21st. Deleted user says, that hurts me. I'm skinny as shit. Phantom post this real skinny guy because probably they're reposting it because the person said I'm skinny as shit. And they say, jealous be like. And deleted user says, that not that skinny, hourglass body. Skeleton face, kinda like an hourglass body with Lily. I don't know. Taskbar says, yo. Deleted user says, ew. And Taskbar said, that's what a woman is supposed to be like. And deleted user says, you make me feel like a fool waiting for you. And then in response to Taskbar saying that's what a woman's supposed to be like, deleted user says, no, Cave Town phase. Not all women. Taskbar says most. Deleted user says some women be fat. Stay safe though. Taskbar said, I said supposed. Deleted user says, not me. I can eat so much and not gain weight. And in response to her saying she has an hourglass body, Phantom says cap. Deleted user says, I'm being for real. And Phantom says, no proof, Riz. Deleted user says, Landon is my proof. Phantom says, Landon ain't here no more. And deleted user says, I am. Phantom says, shit, bro. Phantom has a cry face. Deleted user says, I'm not here. And then she says, bozo. And Phantom says, haha, he ain't here. So I think that deleted user is a guy, right? This one right here. I think this one's a guy. Yeah. I think, let's see. Deleted user says, I'm finna talk to my mom today. Phantom says, bro. Deleted user says, haven't talked to her in a while. Phantom says, why? Deleted user says, I only see my mom once a year, Christmas and sometimes summer. And deleted user says, I only see my mom. Oh, in response to that, Taskbar said, that's an L. And deleted user says, not my birthday. So he's saying he doesn't see her on his birthday, but just Christmas and sometimes summer. Phantom says, I only saw my mom once. And deleted user says, haven't talked to her since I ran away for real. I think this was another thing that was picked out. Like there's certain like little bits and pieces. And I'm pretty sure I seen this being passed off as Celeste. Like maybe just this right here. Haven't talked to her since I ran away. Or about not seeing her mom and stuff. I'm pretty sure that was some of the screenshots that were passed around as being Celeste. It's definitely not Celeste. It's a guy. Phantom says, you ran away? And he says, yeah, plenty of times. What does Lily stand for? That obviously stands for something. Lily. Does anybody know? Because that's last time I pronounced it Lily, but that doesn't make sense. God, why can't they just talk regular? It stands for isn't a. Oh, licking, love you. Oh, it isn't a standard anything. It says, I don't know. Does anybody know? They're saying that it doesn't really, there's nothing a standard that stands for. Anybody? Anyway, so Lily Crazy, maybe the Lily's the name of a person. That would make sense. But I don't think it is. Phantom says American teen shows are something else for real. Deleted user says, anyways, I'm gonna see my siblings, hopefully. Phantom said, that's good. Deleted user says, if she lets me, someone buy me a Hellcat. Phantom says, nah. Now we're on January 22nd, 2023. So just the day later. Deleted user says, maybe 5'10 now. I don't know. Lily, I thought you were 12. Oh, it is Lily. Lily's a name. Okay. Duh. I was right the first time when I read it. Sorry. So all these abbreviations, though, I feel like sometimes I'm not catching some that are supposed to be. So anyway, they're like, Lily, I thought you were 12. What the hell is happening? Bro said 5'3. For real? Lily is 12. Oh, ban Lily. What? Deleted user says, what does this mean? And Sam says, bro, people tell me they think I'm listening to Hello Kitty or some shit when they see me with the headphones. Deleted user says, she's underage with the skull face. Arar says, I don't know who Lily is. Deleted user says, oh, jealous. Arar says, proof about her being underage, I think. And Arar says, proof that Lily is jealous. Oh, that Lily's jealous. Oh, because it says jealous right here. And Sam says, bro, who let this kid on DC on Discord about Lily being 12? Arar says, hee. Proof that Lily's jealous. Lily uses connections. Oh, don't know what else to say. And then about the kid being bro, who let this kid on DC? Deleted user says, I had Discord since I was like 9, 10. I don't know. Sucks to suck. In response to connections, Arar says, how do I know that's a real one? Sam says, I got it at like 11 or 12, the Discord. And deleted user says, the Spotify? What do you mean, Doff? I may have been 11 or 13. Jealous is Lily. I can vouch, Taskbar says. Deleted user says, I'm 7 years old. What's the problem with being young? Bro, I legit told you yesterday. Landon, what? And deleted user responds to Taskbar saying, I could vouch by saying, I can too. And then deleted user says, bro, I legit told you yesterday. Landon, what? Deleted user says, I found anything you say now. I found anything you say now. I don't know. Sam says, who y'all fave artist? Deleted user says, very hard to believe. I don't know. The Spotify question mark? Aurora says, I'm joking. That's crazy. I'm never active in this server, so I don't really care you're 12. In response to who your favorite artist, deleted user says, were and David. I got other shit to focus on. Never active. Taskbar says Joe. Arar says, who's Joe? Deleted user, in response to were and David, deleted user has some up arrows or whatever. Taskbar says, in response to her saying Joe, Sam says, suck my fat C word, Taskbar. Deleted user says, Arar. The other deleted user says, you're 12. Mad for what reason? For real. 12 catfishing on Discord is crazy. Arar says, are mine? Mad for what reason? Who said what? Love you. Arar says the deleted user. I don't know. Arar says, I'll go to sleep now. Good night. And then in response to 12 catfishing on Discord is crazy, the other deleted user says, you ain't know the truth. I told you, LOL. The truth, bro. Sam says, Arar or Duke? Deleted user says, you ain't know the truth. I told you, LOL. The truth, bro. And they said, no, you also said you didn't cheat. Then proceed to say you cheated. Do the act like you never met me as hard as F2. Goofy active chat. Nathan says, what the heck is even happening? Goofy e-dating activities. Deleted user says, ban me. I could care less. And another, so there's a couple of deleted users here. And then another one says, weren't you shitting yourself over level 30? Sam says, are all of you American or what? And the deleted user says, unfortunately, I'll just leave y'all bros pressed for what? Nathan says, you're pressed. Oh, that's how he says, I'll just leave y'all bros. Pressed for what? And Nathan says, you're pressed. And the one that says, aren't you're shitting yourself over level 30? And the other one says, I ruined her joy, LOL. Nathan does an explanation point. Sam says, because I can see the culture different is immense. Who is pressed? And then deleted users tell Nathan to KYS. They say that a lot here, which is messed up. Unfortunately, wait. About the different cultures. He says, unfortunately, and Sam says, damn dog, I feel you. Oh, your name is Nathan, bro? Nathan said, that's not nice. True. Deleted says, I didn't want to hear it. Nathan says, I didn't pick it. Sam says, I'd say I'd be smarter than all of you combined. And then in response to the deleted user saying KYS, another deleted user said, it's not that deep. Sam says, ironic, LOL. Deleted user says, I'm saying. Nathan says, JSJC, best people. The F, bro, bringing up initials, Sam says. Pick. The Huzza, she's gone. Okay, I don't know. These ones, I don't know why I added these. Some of these are. Sam says, cat. Oh, that's why I added these, because I'm wondering, talking about cash exchange. Are they talking about some messed up things? Is that what's going on? I don't know. So yeah, Sam says cash. Nathan says exchange. I'm poor. Sam says, I see business opportunity. Deleted says Landon. And then the other one says she's gone. And they say finally. Sam says, fly me out. Deleted user says, Jesus, I showed you what she looked like, right? Dude, tell me that they're not. Think about what we learned about what Discord is. That video that my last live about how sick and how, you know, the 746 or whatever, like that kind of a thing that's going on. And it's like a not breeding. It's like a where everybody goes to do this kind of stuff because all this stuff gets deleted. Remember, there's no record of it except people screenshot. I see everybody screenshots a lot. But I think look, talk about exchange cash, and then they're like, fly me out. And the person says, well, you saw what she looked like, right? And if they're talking about Landon, I can't get a sense of for sure they're talking about Landon being the girl. They go on, and this Landon girl comes up a lot, the name, and she's one of the deleted users sometimes. And they talk about her being a minor too. So it's like, but that's why I added this, because I wanted to show you that I think that's what's going on here with this conversation. Anyway, Sam says, I don't have online pay. Deleted says, what does that stand for? Is that oh, sorry guys. I looked up as the ones that I had time, and then some of the ones as I was doing it, I just never got a chance to the abbreviations. Let's see. RLYRY. It comes up lyrics because it's thinking I want to type lyrics. Does anybody know what that stands for? Because that's the second time it came up. I don't know. I'm sick of this abbreviation crap. Anyway, whatever that means. Our Leary, low-key, my dog. Maybe it's a name. She the cooler sis. Or maybe it's supposed to be Lily misspelled or Landon. I don't know. So it says low-key, my dog. She the cooler sis. Nathan says, I'll hand you $1 bill with my big toe. And nah, what'd she look like, bro? I'll DM. Wait. Deleted user in response to the one saying, Leary showed you what she looked like, right? That another person says, now what she look like, bro? I'll DM. And in response to Nathan saying, oh, hanging you $1 bill with his big toe, Sam says, I'm the biggest bird. Nathan says, awesome sauce. Deleted user says, bonkers. Sam says, make toe flashing the new flashing. Not gonna lie. Deleted says, I'm dead, bro. Sam says, F tits and cock, toes the new shit. Deleted user says, she really is 12? I'm dead, bro. Sam says, damn, for real. Toe the new shit. Response, deleted user responds, disgusting. Aw, shit. Catch fishing on Discord at 12, saying you're 16. Oh, it's supposed to be catfishing on Discord at 12, saying you're 16 is crazy as F. And then one of the deleted users saying disgusting aw shit. Sam says, bro said unironically, shut the F up disrespectfully. And then in response to the deleted saying catfishing on Discord at 12 saying you're 16, deleted user says predator type beat. Sam says, who? Deleted said jealous. Deleted said, ass gets boring to say. Her ass left though. Mame says jealous is 12. Deleted said dry word. Yep. To yes, she's 12. Mame says, damn, that's crazy. Deleted said, she said we pressed yet. She was beefing and left. And deleted said, ass gets boring to say. Response, Sam says, aw, fell off. Sam says, bro, who? Or like deleted saying that she said we pressed, yet she was beefing and left. Sam wants to know who. Deleted said, jealous, bro. The person named Jealous. So they're naming this person Jealous. Sam, or Sam says, or I hate these messages that can't be loaded. Still viable about her falling off. Deleted says, how? Landon, are you technically a pedo now? How? Oh, wait, maybe Landon is the pedo. I forgot. I thought Landon was the minor, but I'm getting them mixed up. All these L names. Sam says, Ayo, what? Deleted user says, I was 15. You dated a 12-year-old. Weird. I didn't want to. I forced myself. And left, like not even after a day. And it ain't my fault she lied that she was 12. So this deleted user, user is obviously Landon. Because look, Landon, are you technically a pedo now? So I think this one's Landon saying, I was 15. Then you dated a 12-year-old. Weird. I didn't want to. I forced myself. And left like not even a day after. And it ain't my fault. She lied that she lied that she was 12. Oh no. So wait, she was 12 and then she said she was 12 and lied and she actually was younger, or they're saying, I don't know. Sam says, bro shit hit hard. Knowable, probably shouldn't say that word. I'll probably trigger PDF file. Instagram. Unknowable PDF file, Instagram. Or I get. Wait, what does IG stand for? I keep thinking it's always Instagram, but it probably isn't. What did well, what does it stand for again? I get. Oh, thank you, beautiful. Beautifully broken. Thank you so much. You don't know how much that helps right now because I really have been sucking the last couple of weeks with like I said, with not doing much. Well, I was working, but not being able to put out videos because this took me forever. So thank you. That's gonna help me. Thank you so much. Okay, so where are we at? Oh, the IG. What else does IG stand for? I forget. I think you guys told me. You've been gone, I've noticed. Oh, thank you. I guess. Yes, I guess. Okay. Unknowable PDF file, I guess. Gotta label you somehow, dog. Yeah, that's what that stands for in that. Thank you. Sam says exactly. Arar says, no effing way, bro, forced himself to date a 12-year-old. I didn't know she was 12, bro. Bro, what is even e-dating, to be honest? Deleted says LMAO. Sam says, like, straight up idiotic. I'm not gonna lie. Or oh, it might be not gonna lie, but they typed it wrong. I don't know. Deleted said goofy. Sam says, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's why he's correct. Not gonna lie. Deleted says, first she said she was 17 in here. So I thought she was 17. Like, bro, Sam says. And Deleted said, then she said she was 16. Then we find out she's 12. Like, bro, the F. Arar says, listen, bro. Deleted said, if you're going to get with someone online, you better demand a video call. Arar says, oh my God. Deleted says, if they decline, then start running, G. Sam says, for real. Jazenia does 3 dots. Deleted said, man, that's crazy though. KMVP, question mark? I got set up. Oh my God. Sam says, Arar, thanks for playlist, man. Shit good. Deleted said, KMVP question mark? Oh no, that's a response to that. Sam says, LMAO. Deleted has the oh and the cry face. And Arar says, of course, baby, love you. Oh, about sharing the playlist. Sam gives a kiss face. Deleted says, Arar, ban jealous for real. She can't join back. Arar says, why? And Deleted said, she's 12. Arar says, bro, based on what? Jazina has the crying face. Arar says, y'all are saying she's 12, but where's the proof? Sam says, bro petty now because his thirsty ass got catfished, LMAO. And then in response to bro, based on what that Arar says, Deleted says, ask Duck. He has proof, probably. She even looks 12. And in response to Sam saying, bro, petty now because his thirsty ass got catfished, Arar says, swear to gods. And Deleted says, she even looks 12. Arar says, ain't no such thing as looks 12. That ain't proof. And Deleted says, huh? Oh, Deleted saying, one Deleted saying huh to the other Deleted user because the other Deleted user is tagging him. Arar, in response to Arar saying, swear to God, Sam says, bro, Instagram some us. Wait, isn't that what that stands for? Bro, Instagram some us just be the same dude with different faces. I have proof of her sister proving she is her sister and saying that she is 12. Arar says, for real? Deleted says, do you got proof, jealous 12 or nah? Sam says, except bro got game. Arar says, that might not be strong enough. Oh, in response to the person saying that I have proof of her sister proving she is her sister, saying that she's 12, Arar says, that might not be strong enough, but sure, send it anyway. DM me it. And deleted in response to Sam saying, bro, petty now because his thirsty ass got catfished. Deleted says, I really don't give a shit. I don't really give a shit that I was catfished. And Arar says, don't look like it, bruh. And Deleted says, I'm not doing this because I was catfished. At least now you learn online, trust no one. And Sam says, then why you want bro banned? And Deleted said, I've been knew that. And Deleted says, because she literally talked about sex and shit, her body, and did the same shit to Duck. She's 12, like the F. And then Arar says, that might not be strong enough, but sure, send it anyway. In response to that, Deleted said, all right, why would we not ban her? And in response to Deleted saying how she talked about sex and her body and stuff, Sam said, LMAO, what does that have to do with the server, though? Just block and move on, King. Deleted says, I've had her blocked. Sam says, oh. Deleted said, for a whole while. Don't you got to be 13 to be on court anyway? I just unblocked because I didn't care. And Deleted said, yeah, about having to be 13. Sam says, what do you mean? What do you mean by she did the same thing to Duck? Sam, LMAO. Deleted said, she tried to get with Duck too. And all I know is that an adult channel. Will says, yeah, or Yed. And then Deleted said, I'm the youngling of the server. Everyone knows this. I'm probably the same age as you. No way, not possible. I'm very young compared to people here. Really? So they're talking to a bunch of, she's responding to a bunch of this. So I don't know. Really? Yeah. Okay, well, I'm 15. Yeah, exactly. Damn, okay. Are we still on? Yeah, we're still on that. So that was at, hold on. That was at 6:16. Now we're jumping to 9:23. Somebody says, the freaky gambler said, these 13-year-olds. And Deleted said, these 50-year-old homosexual gay men. And Freaky says, I'm 15. I hate you. Deleted says, lies. Okay, so now we have this. So wait, hold on. So that was January 22nd, 2023. Now we're on January 26th, 2023. These are those text messages that somebody had with David. I'll read them. Somebody says, when's your next stream? And David said, LMAO, I swear you shorter than me. And this person says, nah, you mad because I guessed your real height. And he says, no, you didn't. Let me find out you like a dwarf for real. And then she says, WTF, you be wearing these days. It's giving little Uzi vert. And he says, stop. And she says, you sing with an accent. And he says, always have, LOL. And she said, I really noticed it when you released your Itami remix thingy. I thought someone else was singing it. He says, LMAO, that's so real. I don't know how I developed it. It's just stuck now, crying face. And she says, LMAO, I can't wait to see you perform in late June. He says, you're coming? WWW. She says, you're literally on my phone. All right, you're literally on my phone case. It's a must. It's a must to go. Now, I still don't know. Was this supposedly, like, I remember when these first came out, people were saying this was Celeste. I don't know who this is with. I mean, I guess, does anybody know for sure? Is this Celeste he's talking to or somebody else? I don't know, but that came next in the timeline. And then we have, wait. So that was January 26th. And now we're at February 19th. Like I said, I wouldn't be able to do every day in the Discord. It's just too much. But February 19th, Hag, 4:24 a.m. says, Adrian, you ain't send me money. Deleted says, what? You owe me money for the feature. It's 500. Bro, see, that's another thing. Like, What? Like, when they talk about money on this Discord, it makes me think, it's code and it's for other stuff that we learned, how Discord is famous for this crap. So I don't know. I think that's why I added this. So it says, bro, Adrian is wait. So Hag is saying that the deleted user about owing money. Omar says, bro, Adrian is part of a gang. Deleted said, what feature? So now they're asking, what feature do I owe you money for? And Omar says, I know his beaner ass up to no good in the streets. Hag said, that's racist. I love racism. How do you love racism? Is that a joke? Oh my God. So in response to somebody being up to no good in the streets, Alita said, I'd be slinging that Mazapan. Don't let him know, though. Mazapan. I think that's for clomazepam, probably. A benzo, I'm guessing. That's probably short code word for that, maybe. It's Klonopin, or it could be lorazepam, but I'm guessing oh my God, I can't even say that. The Klonopin, clonazepam is the generic word. I don't know. I mean, it might not be, but does anybody know? That's what my mind always goes to drugs because, I have the experience and I know that would be like a shorter way to say it where people might not know, like, cops wouldn't know that's what you're talking about. It's like a benzo, like it's in the same class as Xanax. But I don't know. Anyway, so this lady is just saying they're slinging it. So Hag says, I'm so racist on my granny kids. And Deleted said, putting dick inside McFlurry. Okay. All right. Oh, wait. Oh. Kenji says, bro, just eat it. About the McFlurry, I'm sure. Amar says, Mazapan is fire. Kenji says, won't it shrivel back up if it's too cold? Hag says, headache. And deleted user says, probably about shriveling it back up. Hag says, let me serenade you. Over. Deleted said, no. Hag says, romantic. I am effed up right now. Log said, did anyone find that one girl in the front row? Hag says, about to throw up. Logs, in response to the girl in the front row, Deleted said, they account did too. Or whatever, ACC. Kenji said, my boyfriend is going into detail about how he's going to suck his friend's dicks, bro. Deleted said, suck dick accidentally. Kenji said, I don't want to hear about this. Deleted said, that's my cue to dip. Hack said, I just wanted the blue cheese and 1,000 islands. Chief Keef. Hag says, mod. Deleted said, goodbye. Hag says, bye-bye, my fellow Discordian. Deleted said, I seriously hope Pro didn't get drunk off 2 beers. Actually, maybe. But that's not even how why would you even put 2 C's if that stands for actually? That don't even make sense. But didn't actually get drunk off of 2 beers. 6K sex mod on Skyrim. 6K sex mod on Sky. I don't know. Probably all these code words for this sick freaking community this Discord. Oh. Anyway, Deleted said, me for real. I have 1,500 plus mods on Skyrim. Kinky Tiff. Oh my God. That's what people call me for short. Not wait, let me try this again. Tiff, because my name's Tiffany, not the kinky part. Anyway, Kinky Tiff says, nice. Deleted user has some skull faces in response to the 15 plus mods on Skyrim and says, nice. You all right? You already know when you wash the dishes and the spoon. Some of these don't make sense. That's why I think it's like, I'm always thinking it means something bad. Deleted user says wasn't a joke. Oh, so this, I don't understand what this is. So they screenshot this and I was trying to figure it out. So like, okay, this one says, it's hard to see. I can't see what this says. Fellow Wang, dramatic main menu, release day. Does anybody know what this is? Main file, elephant script latency tester, conditional expressions, Cox, Scaldrum tantulation, crafting categories for Sky, Nordic U, constructible object custom keyboard system, Northern Roads patch collection, official patch hub, unofficial coin. I don't know. It's hard to read these. Cities of the North, Skyrim patch, I don't know what the heck. Like, what is this? Does anybody know? Like, and it's like contacts category mod organizer. It says mod organizer. So I guess it's oh, it's for Skyrim. That's right. Okay, so it's this 1,500 plus mods on Skyrim. What the heck is Sky? Let's see what the heck Skyrim is. I'm afraid I don't want to know. Ugh. Sky. Man, oh there. Skyrim. Come on. Is it a game? Gameplay? I don't know. There is a game that it could be, but I don't know what they're referring to. Okay, Log says, bro, how did you find the IR? How did you guys find the girl? Hag says, bros will do anything for some pee. Deleted said, bro, I ain't doing all that. I got the Pringlussy. I don't know. Hag says, same. I'm too handsome and conceited to be doing that for some pee. Deleted said, my Skyrim is GOAT status though. And another deleted said, this is hella modded though. Hag says, I heard the mods go crazy. Deleted said, game looks way diff. Deleted said, my pick is with mods. Hag says, I want to do that. Y'all, I'm head to bed. Same. When you got the sex mod on The Last of Us. Hag said, y'all, safety. Deleted said, just saw Skyrim mentioned and had to flex, LMAO. Deleted said, y'all, safety? Bro, couldn't hold on to 2 beers? Lamp says, hi. Log said, Youth by David on Donda. Lamp says, LMAO. Log said, what is bro listening to? Lamp says, NP, Fembot, Rehab by David. Lamp says, oh. Deleted said, minors. This thing says minors with the, is that Joe Biden maybe? I don't know, screaming. 1A says, react if you're sexy. Vipers, I don't know what that is. And some stick figure. Deleted has this guy with glasses emoji. Lamp has a skeleton and it's Lily. That's Lily. Remember they were talking about Lily. Lily was the girl, or I guess they didn't say if it was a girl or a boy. I just figured it was a girl because the name. The last thread we were talking about, where they're talking about, it's not like they're talking about selling her and oh, I sent you a picture, and then they're like, send me the money. Do you have this? DM me the picture. Oh, you already saw the picture. That was Lily. Okay. That's this, I guess this person, I don't know. And it says, thought I'd go for a new look for a new beginning, I guess. Okay. Why do I think, I think Lamp is, I don't know. So Lamp's the one that posted that. because some of the names are different than what they're calling them because they probably change their name as they go. Delita said, because tonight will be the night I fall for you. 1A says, have you booked a flight to blank yet? Something, yeah, I don't know. Lamp says, yeah, no, not yet. 1A does the worried look or whatever it is. Lamp does kisses. Why am I thinking, if I'm remembering, Lamp might be Lily? I don't know though. It's hard to keep track of all this stuff. So Viper says, what? 1A says, what? Lamp says, skeleton, when did I listen to that? 1A, come to Japan with me. 1A says, still about to book my flight. Lamp says, since I'm 15, I can fly by myself. If I flew to you, we could go. Lamp or 1A says, nah, just go straight to Japan. We probably meet there. Lamp says, bet. I think I'm going to take my first flight next summer. Holidays when I'm 16. I don't know where I want to go. And 1A says, go to Japan, LMAO. Deleted said, my dad's being such a bitch, bro. He's not letting me go over to my girlfriend's house because I'm failing ELA. Either I get my grade up or I make sure my girlfriend doesn't effing KHS. Unless if that's a typo and it's supposed to be KYS. What do you guys think? Is KHS a freaking abbreviation for something? Some of these might not even be typical abbreviations, but they just use them. No, it's not a typical one that comes up. I'm so annoyed with that. I'm going to do that every time a new one comes. Okay, wait, hold on. Abbreviate. Oh, no, that's not it. It's a Kentucky Historical Society. That's not right. I don't know. I guess it's supposed to be K. I'm thinking it's KY. It's supposed to be KYS. Anyway, Malo says, I'm sorry for you, bro. And Deleted said, I'm thinking about sneaking out and going anyways. I don't care at this point, to be honest. Some of these in this conversation, I've seen some of these taken. You'll see in the next few screenshots. Some of these be taken out pieces of this guy talking about sneaking out. And I saw people passing that around as being Celeste too. But anyway, I'm thinking about, and it's not, it's some guy talking about wanting to visit his girlfriend, but his parents won't let him. Anyway, I'm thinking about sneaking out and going anyways. I don't care at this point, to be honest. And Mela says, you have to, if you miss her that much. And it says, and Exter says, lock your dad in the bathroom and run for real. And Mela does crying faces. And Exter says, say the toilet's clogged. Deleted said, bro, I want to go on his concert in Paris, but I got no girlfriend. Arcane says, Deleted has reached level 1. Exter says, then say UWU kit and get pranked. Mela says, I want to sneak out though. Mela said, Mela has reached level 1. Exter said, then lock the door. Deleted said, I want to just run away, to be honest. And in response to them saying, I'm thinking about sneaking out and going anyways, OGI Khan says, Haram. Deleted said, can you file for independence at 14? And in response to the Haram, Melo says, bro is a Mustafa. And Oyikon says, LMAO. Melo says, I effing hate school. In response to, can you file for independence at 14? Ojiakon says, yes, it is at least 14. In response to Melo saying, I effing hate school, Delita said, who doesn't? Wait. Yes, I bet. Oh, about filing for independence, and person says yes, Deleted said a bet. In response to bet, they say LMAO. Who doesn't? For real? About hating school, says who doesn't for real? Oja Khan says, bro is leaving his parents' house. Deleted said, gonna move in with my girlfriend for real. Melo says, you're lucky, bro. Oyakin said, do whatever comforts you. Lamp says, same, 2025 for real. Yakin says, yes. Lamp says, can you actually? Yakin says, on Google. Lamp says, whoa, so I can run away and it says it's independence. Yakin says, LOL, you can move from your parents' house. To get a declaration of emancipation, you have to prove all of these things. You're at least 14 years old. You do not want to live with your parents. Your parents do not mind if you move out. This was what Google says. Lamp says, without them knowing, question mark. Yakin says, no. And Deleted Jesus says, packing my shit right now. Lamp says, oh, I'm a dead ass. I'm a dead ass ask. Yakin said, your parents do not mind if you move out? Lamp says, bet. I'm a ass dead ass. I'm a dead ass cat. I don't know. Yakin says, I hope you get the perfect answer. Deleted said, what if I ran away tonight? Yakin says, don't know about that one, to be honest. Lamp says, please come looking for you, 100%. I'm 15, though, so if I moved out, who would I go with and get money? In response to the Yakin saying, to get independence, you have to prove all those things or whatever. Melo said, bro, they will kill me. Yakin said, same. In response to them saying he's Lamp's 15 and where will they get money? Yakin said, LOL, ask yourself. About them killing him. Lamp says, bro. Or Lamp says, reply to what I said, BBG. Oh. Let me live with you. What is BBG? I need somebody just to be my abbreviation translator. But you'd have to get back to me quick because as I'm reading it, baby girl, beautiful baby girl, maybe. Reply to what I said, beautiful baby girl. That's what it says online. Oh, crying. Let me live with you. Oh, thanks. David comes in. So wait, that was 2:19, 10:46 a.m. Now we're at 9:56 p.m. David says, I used to be addicted to watching gore vids. Now, the reason I started right at that is if you go back, there really isn't anything relevant to that topic. So sometimes it's hard to figure out, like, you know, where to start it. And since there really wasn't anything before that, it seemed like, you know, I was like, you have to start it somewhere and end it somewhere because these a lot of these conversations are continuing. So let me take a sip of this. Oh, yeah. So this is this talk. So he says, I used to be addicted to watching gore vids. And Vanny says, death scares the hell out of me. It's such a strange concept. And Andre says, live leak. Log says, Andre, don't start with type shit. And let me go back. So live leak, and then sometimes they say live leak. So I looked that up because I was confused. What is that? And there's an original, like it's a British sharing thing where that doesn't even exist anymore. So I don't know what it exactly is. If that's what they're, let me see when that shut down because this is in 2023. So obviously, whatever platform that is or sharing, whatever that is, they must have a lot of gore and stuff that they share on it because they say that. Let me look it up and see what thing, because I know the one it was down. Yeah, it can't be the one. Wait, hold on. Wait, that started in 2000. I want to see when it got taken down because, yeah, ceased operations in 2021. So it can't be that one. But if you look at LiveLeak, it was a controversial British video sharing website headquartered in London. But it says that was ceased operations May 5th, 2021. Anyway, not a big deal. It's obviously somewhere where they're sharing this gross stuff. And real quick, help me out. So the word PORN, I don't feel comfortable saying it because I don't know if that's one of the words that we're allowed to say on YouTube. And this is when it's going to come up a lot in this. What can I replace real quick? Give me a word. Let me see. This will be a good time to take a break and chat with you for a minute. Give me a word that I could use and replace it. Why is that so small? Dude, my StreamYard is like this tiny little thing. Huh. I can't get it normal again. I'm glad you guys aren't seeing it tiny, but it's tiny for me. Anyway, corn. Okay, corn. You think that's corn? Is that good? Prawn, poor. I'm gonna do corn because corn is such a odd word that they're not gonna. Nobody's gonna like hear it and get in their head that that you think it's that word. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna be saying it, and if you're not like looking and following, and you hear like poor, you might actually think I'm really talking about something poor, But if I say corn, that's such a word, like nobody really has a reason to say corn unless you're eating it. So it has no place in this. So you'll know like that's a replacement. That's a replacement. I'm gonna do corn. Okay. But why can't I get my thing back up, guys? Why is it doing this? I don't want to exit out. I'll just wait till I'm done. We're definitely not going to get through it all today. Wow, it's like this small, you guys. Corn. Okay, we're going to do corn though. And I have it not magnified. It's fine. I checked that. Oh well, I'm stuck for. Huh. Um. Yeah, I'll just wait till I'll just have to have it this small until. Wait, what is this? You're sharing a screen with others and don't want private chat messages to be visible. I don't know. Okay. Hold on a second, guys. Sorry, I'm coming back. I'm going to redo it. I think it's going to work. It's back. Okay, cool. That was so weird. It was driving me nuts because it was so small I could barely see you guys. Okay. It's back in business now. All right, let's continue now. Trigger warning. This could be triggering for some because of talking about some kind of disturbing stuff here. Let me turn that off for right now. Take that down and sorry that cuts off at the bottom, but you could at least see the name David. You could still see like this and stuff because I wanted this as big as possible. And that's the only way to do it where I'm not blocking too much and I could still be up there, All right, so let's continue, guys. Sorry, I'm not chatting. Let me just say hi. Elvin Moon, Analytical. Yes, you're here. Marissa's here. My little stars. Why I oughta. Catalina. Who else we got? Mama Mia's still in the house. Wow. I'm screening it up and it's just the same people chatting mostly. Jay's Reborn Nutmeg Nursery. That's a mouthful. Catalina Talking Crime. Marissa. CD-ROM. Flojo. Okay, guys. Thanks for coming. You guys are awesome. I don't want you to think I'm ignoring you. But in order to just read this, I can't chat too much, or I can't chat to two people at once. Like, I can't be talking. You know what I'm saying? So don't mean to ignore you, but these are going to be kind of more lives just to get the information out. Hey, Miss Jams. Amber Am. All right, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, here we go. It's little again. Oh, it must just be what happens when I'm... Okay, I see. At least I know how to get it back. It must be what happens when I have it the setup like this. No biggie. At least now I know. Okay, so here we go. You ready? So David said so we're doing corn for the P word. Okay. Let me get my messenger up in case if Mama Mia has something to say. Oh, is the highlighted comment gone now? Is it good, Mama Mia? You did that at 8:15. How long did I have that up? Shoot. Sorry if I had that up. Okay. Did I have that up a while? I don't anymore, right? No. Okay. All right. So David said, I used to be addicted to watching gore vids. Vanny says, death scares the hell out of me. It's such a strange concept. Andre says, live leak. Log says, Andre, don't start with type shit. Carl says, real. In response to something, and I didn't get that attachment. In response to Davidson, he used to be addicted to watching gore vids. Kate says, really? And David said live leak was bookmarked LMAO. David said, I like writing gory psychological drama, romantic quotes, and a lot of death. And the little swirl says, you're so effing real for that. David said, I love gore. I used to desensitize myself. Davey says, not gonna lie, some gore videos are funny. And Andre said, when's the first time you watched gore, David? And David said, I saw a cartel execution on Reddit when I was 14. And David said, it got to the point where I don't even cringe when I see it no more. I remember laughing at one point. It got bad, man. And Andre does a sticker of David. In response to David laughing at one point, Hag said, me too. Honeybee's Nuts says, I'm a bean myself, just saying. Log says, Latina? And David, in response to David saying he laughed at one point, it got bad. Kate said, no, because the derealization after watching it is crazy. In response to him, David saying he got to the point where he don't even cringe. Swirl says, me too, bro. I watch people SH on Twitter and it don't even affect me. And those are two words. I don't know if I could say them together because of YouTube. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to what is the word for it? It's just because of YouTube. There's certain words that they're so weird about, and it revolves around this kind of stuff. And then they won't recommend your videos. Number one, you won't be able to monetize. Number two, they won't recommend them. So it's just like you want this stuff to get out to many people as you can. I mean, you spend all this time working and you want people to see it. So it's just not worth it sometimes, all the time, if we could come up with code words. But SH is self. If I leave enough space in between it, you know what I'm saying? The two words together is what it is. The two words separately is fine. And the second word's harm. So that's what the SSH. So Twirly is saying, I watch people do that SH on Twitter and it don't even affect me. David says gore corn. And 1A said, that's worse. David said, corn is garbage, though. Viper says, deletes corn hub. Wanted a little space because that all sounds so similar. But deletes the account. And I think it's like just a joke, right? David, in response to David saying gore corn, Log says both mess with your brain. Both mess with your brain. And David, and then Giovanni said, bro jerks off to people getting beheaded. And Hag says, this kind of crazy. David said, my queen, and he's referring to Ice Spice. So I don't know, I didn't include some of the in-between conversations, but they're talking about Ice Spice, and he loves Ice Spice. My queen. Period says, David, my king. Viper says, oh God. David said, marry me, please, to Ice Spice. Period said, you marry me now. And A says, whoa. David said, Ice Spice. Dre says, check. Period said, let's collab. A says, he's a minor. David said, call me a munch. Play a circle says, hi. Andre says, no. David said, please. Davey says, I want David and Ice Spice. Rat says, oh no, the greens are going to arrive. Period said, you a munch? Play a circle says, or play a Z circle, playa. I know it's playa Z circle. I'll probably just end up saying playa circle because it's easier to say. Says, hi, David, what's up? A says, David. Viper says, David, stop being a hoe. Fury said, you thought I was feeling you, question mark. Playa says, going on. David said, yes. Period said, I'm feeling you. A said, you're a minor. And David said, degrade me. And Davey said, David, how are you doing? Period said, loved your Houston tour. Viper said, what the hell? A said, she's 21. David said, oh, wait, I'm a minor. So when they kept saying you're a minor, how did they word it? You are, or wait, where is it? The minor one. I want to see how they worded it. You're a minor, yeah. A's like, no, she's 21. Ice Spice is 21, I think is what they're saying. And so they're like, what do you mean? And then David's like, oh, wait, I'm a minor because he's only 17 in this, at this time. And Playa says, LMAO. And Davey says, yeah. And Andre said, bro down bad. David said, no. A says, yes. And in response to David saying, oh, wait, I am a minor, deleted user says, Fortnite when? Period said, LMAO. Playa says, the realization, bro. And A says, LMAO. Davey said, it don't count. A said, I've been telling you. And deleted user says, David, and posts a screenshot of this kid with a close-up shot. It says, nice balls, mind if I take them? And then period, post a picture of Ice Spice. And then deleted users. Oh, and then David responds to this. That's the attachment he's responding to this where it says, mind if I take them? Nice balls, mind if I take them? David responds, please do. Okay. Deleted user says, bet. In response to David saying, oh, wait, I'm a minor. And Viper says, the age of consent in the state of Ohio is 16. Come on down. And Rat says, David's on something right now. Period said, Ice Spice and David soon. A says, David, we need more music, Papa. Vikings. So here we go. Oh, no, this is Viking, but Viper does it too. So Viking now, he's this Viking person screenshot that where David said, degrade me, and posts it like trolling, like, look, screenshot it, degrade me, posts it. They do that a lot in the Discord. Anybody says something that maybe is inappropriate, they'll post it like right after, showing like, look, I already talked about this, but yeah, they do. I noticed that. Like, wow, these people are trolls and they're sick. Okay. So in the response to Ice Spice in David soon, David says, maybe. Deleted user says, LOL. Playa says, David, can't wait to see you in Toronto. And in the response to Viking sharing that, David saying degrade me, Hag says, question mark. Kanji says, what in the hell? Period has this winky face. Davey says, David, is this you? And it's got, I don't know if that's a word that I could say. I should be able to, but I can't even cross my leg on that side for some reason. So it says, trying to think of a word I could use for that. I think you're allowed to say that because that, well, I don't know, but it's, I'll just say Bayesian effect. Playa says, can't wait to see you in Toronto. David said, E. Playa says, I don't even know what that is. It a heart? In response to David, is this you with that right here where it has the Bayesian effect? A says, what? And deleted user now posts a screenshot of a previous message where David secretly Oreo says, David, tits or ass? And David said, both. I need both. Wait, I think I have that original. Let me take some notes. Hold on a second, because I want to have that. There's some things that I want to go and add to this. And that other, what was the other one that I said I needed, guys? I wanted to go back and check. Oh, the first one. Okay. Hold on. I just want to make sure if I go back for at least for my pre-records. And then what is this? 1336. I'll put the timestamp. 3605. I'll find the original. There's going to be things that as I'm going through this, like, wait, I wanted, and that's why I had to end up stopping, because that's what I kept doing. I know my last timeline, I kept like, okay, well, now let me go back and find this and add this. Okay, now let me go back and find, and it was never, it would have been never ending. I was like, I got to stop somewhere. It's been a couple weeks since I've done a video. I have to put an end to this or I would just keep going. So I stopped, but now it's driving me nuts because I would have loved to have that in there, but I didn't get around to that. Hold on. Okay. All right. So David responds to this and says, this goes hard. But it's like master, I'll separate it, Bayesian effect. And he's like, this goes hard. Okay. Especially knowing there's all these young kids in here. Anyway, A says same. But wait, what was that too? Hold on. This maybe? Oh, A saying same about needing both. That's what that response is. Okay. Viper says, why you look constipated, Mr. Burke? Playa says, hope your crowd isn't boring, David, because I'm going to be screaming so hard. So this picture, that's funny. Hope you, or why you look constipated. This, in response to this goes hard that David said, deleted says www hashtag, or then they say Hag made it. And oh, they're saying Hag made it. Sorry, made that screenshot or that thing with David. And Hag says, you heard the song, question mark? Deleted says www, 4 W's, I don't know. Period said, why isn't Poetic Vulgarity on Spotify anymore? David said, I got hacked. That's going to be his excuse for some of this stuff, I bet. Anyway, deleted user posts this video and said, and David puts LMAO to it. David posts this picture of Davey posts this picture of David. David said, we're all wearing skirts to the LA show or what? Are we all wearing skirts to LA show or what? And Viper says, how I'm showing up to the David concert. Shoot, what did he? That's another thing I missed. Like, wonder what he is responding to. Shoot. Anyway, how I'm showing up to the David concert. And Davey says, how imagine David showing up. I want to know what that attachment is. I'm sorry says enough and Viper. So this is important. I'm sorry used to be Carp. So a lot of people, change their name. And then when I like these screenshots, like I said, when people post these screenshots, you get to see present in the moment who they were. And from reading all these, I've figured out that this person is Carp. They changed their picture and they changed their picture and name in the meantime, So Carp says some disturbing things. So Viper posts this saying, Carp saying, Viper, I'm gonna argue. Be quiet. Oh, I put it right here. David said, I'm not dating any of y'all. They got to be away from this Discord, far, far away. Wait a minute. Shoot, I feel like this is out of order. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. Yes, shoot. I don't know why that's in there. That shouldn't be in. That comes a different way. Oh, that's why I put it in there. Okay. I'm remembering now. I put it in there to show you that he used to be Carp. Okay. So this part right here where we'll get to that. That's not in the timeline right now, so that'll make sense why he's saying that. But I just wanted to show you that Carp is I'm sorry. So I just add the screenshot as a little bit to show you there's more that, shows that that's him. But that's who that is. Okay. So, yeah. All right. So David says, in the comment, we're all wearing skirts to the LA show or what? Playa says, me. Period said, and crop tops. And Playa says, I will. And Rat says, WTH, LMAO. I don't know what he posts. Sorry. Couldn't get everything. I missed some stuff. I don't know what this sticker was that he's laughing at. Layla says no. Playa says but in Toronto. Davey says makes you cute, no cap. Deleted says someone make a gay parody to bleed out. Andre posts this picture. That's probably what. Wait. Hold on a second. Wonder if that got out of order and that's the one that they're laughing at. See, I might have got those two out of order because they're both 10:08. So, because look, Andre posted it and they're like, what the heck? And look, he posted this. I think it's this. I think I flipped those around because it's at the same minute with 10:08. Anyway, Deleted says about we're all wearing skirts. Deleted said, I live across California and I have school. Period said, David, where were your rocket boots? Shaking my head. Rat says, David, show up to the next concert as femboy for real. Layla said, David, drop the Cash App. A says, I will sell my sister to have him come to Detroit. Wow, that's kind of crazy to say. Davey said, would you all smash? First of all, you can't see your face. You got your hair covering and then the mask. How can anybody even answer that? That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You know, how would anybody answer if they would? What are we looking at? Hair? In a white mask and a back of a phone with some nails, a hand? Wow. Anyway, so Deleted says, show your face. And Davey says, no. Aunt Kanji says, Hammond. Deleted said, submissive. Another Deleted said, DW, bro, me too. DW me? Oh my God. What does DW mean? Do we, bro? No. Anybody? Don't worry. It means don't worry. Sorry. Don't worry, bro. Me too. About being submissive. Viper says, how old are you? Davey says, I'm about to turn 16. Davey, in response to him saying, would y'all smash? Sid said, oh. Janie Pie says, what's the rest of them look like? David, in response to would you all smash with that picture, David responds, what am I looking at here? You guys realize if you can't see the screen, when I say David, I'm talking about D4VD or whatever his name's David. That's who I'm talking about. And obviously, I mean, but I feel like since there's a Davy too, it might get confused. So hopefully I'm pronouncing them separately where you can understand. If some people are just listening and not reading. So Davy, and then there's David. So, but David said, what am I looking at here? Viper says, never memj, I think it's supposed to be never mind F. Oh. Deleted says, y'all are subs, question mark. And Deleted says, I don't know if it's two different Deleted or they're talking to themselves, but it's probably two different. Says, I'm dom and sub. So they're talking about submissive when they're saying that. Talking about, you know, sex stuff, right? When they're saying, when David said, what am I looking at here? And Nuhio says, gay corn. David said, bro, hitting everything. I don't know what David meant. David said, bro, hinting everything. Viper said, Sid, you missed David? Ha 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 ha. Sid said, and no, my Tad won. I don't know. David said, hiding. Oh, this is supposed to be bro hiding everything. Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's correcting it. It says bro hiding everything. Davy says, my friend, or Viper says, everyone hide Sid is about to meet ride like you've never seen before. So Viper's always getting on, you'll see he always gets on Sid about basically meet ride and David being like obsessed with David. Sid says, in response to bro hiding everything that David said, Sid responds and said, bro, respond to my DM on Twitter. Deleted said, David, Atlanta, now, period, has some skull faces. And in response to David correcting the hiding, so I think it's just because he wants to, this person just tagging David saying, Sid says, you asked for my Insta, then didn't say anything, dog. Kanji said, David, NorCal show. David said, where even is this? Sid says, David, I'm going to find you. Period said, Angie is hot. I think they mean this Kanji because they always, when they call Kanji this person, I think that's who you're talking about. I don't know. And Viper says, no, Ice Spice Angie is a minor. And Viper, and then Period said, it's a compliment, bae. And Kanji said, Ice Spice pedo confirmed. Abby says, okay, I'm Yoy, I'm you. So then Viper shares the screenshot where Viper says, Ice Spice comments sexual harassment, and Ice Spice says, yes, I have. Oh, commits. Sorry. Oh my God. Ice Spice commits S harassment. And Ice Spice says, yes, I have. And then Viper says, Ice Spice, why are you targeting minors? And David says, real. Abby says, bruh, David hasn't replied to any of my DMs. David says, I said real to the wrong thing. David says, you typed too fast. Oh, so he was probably saying real to, I don't know. And then in response to him saying real to the wrong thing, period, does a crying face. And Abby says excuses to you typed too fast. And Playa said, I said fake to the right thing. And he was responding to David saying, I said real to the wrong thing. Viper says, David, it's fine. Move on. Abby says, don't move on. We holding you accountable. Viper says, Ice Spice is a PD. Wait, what do you say? PDF? I don't even think you need to put the file on the end. I could just say PDF. Viper, you guys know what that means, right? So Viper said, Ice Spice is a PDF, accept it. I'm just trying, anyway, yeah, so he says, accept it. Playa says, please do. David said, be more active. I'm literally in a mental asylum preparing for next show. Period said, oh my God. Will says, first show was good though. And David said, nah, too much jumping, not enough vocals. David saying that about himself. Too much jumping, not enough vocals about his show. And Playa says, it's going to be better than the last one, question mark. And Period said, David was the first tour, or says David, was the first tour overwhelming? And David said, LA show going to be so vocal heavy. Remember, at this time, he's still in Texas. He moves to LA, at least according to these Discord messages, April. So in a couple months, he's moving to LA. April of 23 is what he says, is when he moves to LA. Anyway, so David says, in response to David saying, LA show going to be so vocal heavy, Period says, yup. David said, I'm going to be singing for real, or I'm going to be singing for real. Playa says, no more strong movements. To David's comment about the show being vocal heavy. Period said, David, is the blood on your, or wait, he never answers this. So Period says, David, is the blood on your shirt real? I was hoping he would answer that, and he doesn't, or at least comment to it, but he doesn't. David said, no more monkey moves. Layla said, your mama vocal heavy. In response to David saying he's going to sing for real, Abby says, bro was not singing before, question mark. In response to David saying no more monkey moves, Playa says LMAO. Viper posts David saying degrade me. Remember, we just read that, like that was in one of the threads we just read. So Viper screenshot it and posts it, trying to, just trolling basically. But Period says, oh my God. Rat says LMAO to that attachment. Oh no, that's Dre's attachment. He's responding to. Hold on, let me see what Dre. I don't know what he's responding to. Abby says WTF. David says shh. So what I'm getting is he's saying shh to this. So Viper posts that where David said degrade me earlier, and this one, saying, oh my God, what the F? And then David says, shh. And then in response to too much jumping, not enough vocals, Will says, I can give you some advice Before shows, drink vinegar. It helps your vocal cords. And when like performing and moving, make sure to stand straight as it keeps your airways flowing. And David said, "You mean olive oil?" And then David said, "Bro, trying to set me up." And Will says, "Yes, whatever Cardi drinks." And Viper says, "David a bottom?" And David says, "Shh," like he's agreeing, like he's a bottom. Shh. Rylib said, "David's my bottom." Period said, "David, did Genius Period said, "David, did Genius pay you good money?" And David said, "You don't get paid to do Genius. WTF." And Playa says, "For real? Damn." I don't even know what Genius is. It must be some platform that they or something. I don't know. Is it a music thing where Genius? Let's see. Yeah, it's a world biggest collection of song lyrics. Oh. Huh. I don't know. Anyway, David said, "Because you twerk for money." Playa says, "I do." What? David said, "You do you? Or you do you?" And Abby says, "Literally." Abby says, "People gonna take that too seriously." David said, "Abby, are you trying to validate your OnlyFans?" Abby said, "Yes, I am." With a smiley, like rosy cheek, whatever that is, blushing or whatever. And David does the crying faces. And he says, David said, "Messy better." And Playa says, "David, what are you going to do after you finish doing concerts?" And he says, "Finish the 5th album." And David said, "I got so much music to drop." And Viper posts this. So Viper's taking more screenshots. So he posts so he's sending these to David. He's sending these to David, his DMs. So he sends the one where David said, "Degrade me." Sends the one where it says, "Ice Spice, why are you targeting minors?" And David says, "Real." And that's the one David said he typed too quick. He didn't mean to put real to that, which that's probably pretty believable. It probably wasn't to that, but when it's screenshots, it doesn't look good. And in response, and then in response to David is a bottom, he says, "Shh." And Viper says, "You can't escape me, David." And David's like, "Chill." And then he sends this like wallpaper of like all these weird faces, bad pictures, and he says, "I made you a wallpaper." And David says, "No." And he says, "I'm glad you liked it." Oh, I think it's funny now, knowing what he did. And then Sid said, "Me neither, Sob." What? I don't know. See, I feel like reading these. Why did I skip some of these converts? But there has to be a reason I did, or I was just tired and missed some. There must have been nothing going on. I'm gonna go back and check because my OCD, but I had to end it sometime and make these videos. So yeah, so Sid says, "Me either, Sob," and then this person posts, and I don't know if this is a girl or boy, but whoever it is like obsessed with David, wants to date him and stuff. So he or she writes David, since DMs him, and David saying to him, "What's your Insta?" And they give her the Insta and says, "Do you like my balloon boy?" No response. And then this Sid says, "I'm so sorry you had to deal with that lame ass crowd. You do not deserve that, baby girl. Come to Chicago and I got you. Front and center. Girl, I knew every damn lyric." Why are they calling him girl though? Huh. right? That has this David's on this side. What's your Insta again with this skeleton? I don't understand why they're calling him baby girl and girl. I don't know. Some of these just are making me mad when I don't understand. Okay, so let's move on. Okay, so Viper said, well, it's not like I send him stuff every 5 minutes. Sid said, me either, sob. Oh, okay. I got those mixed up. So this message should have been first and then this. So, sorry. So this was in response. That's why this was in response to Viper saying, well, it's not like I send him stuff every 5 minutes. Sid says, me either, sob, and shows like, look, I don't send him stuff every 5 minutes. 12:40, and the next one was until 9:40. So they're just trying to show, you know what I'm saying? It's not every 5 minutes. I just got that out, those two out of order, where this is supposed to be before it. But it's the same time. I just got it mixed up. Anyway, so Viper said, I'm going to tell him your preferences. And Sid said, he loves me anyway. And then Sid posted a screenshot of more DMs where David said, I love you. And Sid said, I love you too, bro. The crazy thing is, I mean, seeing like people posting conversations with David, he says that to like his fans too. So like him saying that, but you got to be careful though, when people like view you like that, they take it like they're having a relationship with you and stuff. Now, I'm not saying I'm sure, I mean, he has a lot of inappropriate stuff, but like I've noticed like him saying, I love you. He does say that to his fans where, I mean, you should be careful because this person's obviously, anyway. Okay. Viper posts another screenshot. Oh, he posted that screenshot again about the harassment. Okay. And about the targeting minors and David saying real in the bottom. Okay. All right. So Sid posts a screenshot of this is in Discord where Sid said, David's tour in my living room. And David said, on my way. So it's just kind of like Brett, showing off. Look, David responded to this. And then Abby responds to that and says, I wish. And Sid posts another one that David responds to where Sid said, David, let's get matching tattoos. Like? ? And David said, yes. And Period said, David said he'd marry me. And Viper said, Sid and David are married at this point. And Abby said, like breaking into your house. And Period said, David got hose. And Abby said, and coming into the wall. And Sid said, I got the best riz with David. And Deleted User posts this with David where David said, marry me, Oreo. That was from February 2nd, 2023. This one says today. So when they screenshot that, it was today. So it doesn't mean it was actually this day. It's just when they screenshot it, it was that day. Okay, so yeah, February 2nd, he tells this Deleted User, marry me, Oreo. And Kanji, now they're all bragging like, look, now Kanji posts where he talked to her and he said, Angie, my wife. They're all think they're so cool. Like, ooh, look what he sent me. Oh no, look what he responded to me. That's what's going on here. Viper says, what if I told David right now that Angie is 12? And Period said, LMAO. Angie says, I'm not 12. And Abby says, LMAO, bro is 12. Andre said, David would run. And Adrian said, oof. And Kenji said, I'm literally turning 17 in April. Abby said, WTF, how old are you guys? Period said 16. Deleted said 15. Abby said, WTF. Sid said 15. Andre said 70. Abby said, oh. Kenji said, I'm 40, actually. Abby says, I'm 9. Carp, Sid says, carp moment. And Kanji, which is Angie. See, Angie. So they must have changed their name to Kanji in the meantime. But when they're all talking here in 2023, it was just Angie. That's why they're calling her Angie. But anyway, Angie said, oh my God, I could be 36. David said, you're 40. So this is an old post where this is from October 24th, 2022. Abby says, I'm 9. 1A says, about to riz up a 9-year-old. And Abby says, log out. Abby says, Viper, take screenshot. So now they're aware. Viper's the screenshot guy. Take a screenshot. Look what 1A just said about to riz up a 9-year-old. Kenji said, what age are you actually? To them saying that they're 9. Abby saying that I'm 9. Abby says, get some documents on this man. And Kenji says, 13 plus, question mark. And Abby says, I'm 14. Oh, shoot. Which I feel like when people say they're like 14, they're probably actually younger than that, in my opinion, because I feel like if they were like the way the Discord seems to be, if Abby was really 14, she probably would have said she was 16 or something. I bet you Abby's like 12 or 10 or 12 or something, saying she's 14, in my opinion. Could be wrong, but that's what it seems like from just seeing how these people are in this Discord. You know, I'm going to try to warm up my old coffee here. Okay. Sid posted another old post from, well, it says today, but I don't know when that was because it was just screenshot when it was today. Abby saying I'm 9, and 1A say about to riz up a 9-year-old. Oh, it's that. It's the same one we just watched. Okay. Abby World. So she was Abby World. And then she changed to Abby. See, when it was screenshot, it was Abby World. Anyway, that's one good thing, like I said, about these screenshots. You get to see who they were at that moment. Viper says, y'all think he'll fall for it? So he changed. He made it so obvious where he changed the 7 to a 2. He says, you think he'll fall for it? Where Angie says, I'm literally turning 12 in April, but she really said 17. But obviously he's joking because, I mean, it's so obvious that it's changed. You could, if you really wanted, you know what I'm saying? Like, so he sends David that. He goes, Angie, my wife. So he shows where David said, Angie, my wife. And then where Angie says, I'm literally turning 12 in April. And then he puts Viper's like, dude, like David, like, what the heck? You're saying Angie's your wife and she's only 12. He's totally trolling David, which is funny for this situation because of who David is. Oh my Lord. So Viper says, Angie, he responded. And David said, elephant. Okay. And Viper said, David, why did you tell a 12-year-old that she is your wife? And Kenji said, what did he say? And Viper shares the screenshot. And what he said, what did David respond is this picture, the cartoon or whatever picture says, let him build. That's what he responded with. And now David's in chat saying, this is not an underground rap record. This accord full of future Elon Musks and Steve Jobs. And in response to Viper saying, David, why did you tell a 12-year-old that she's your wife? David said, this is not funny. We don't make jokes like that in here. And Abby says, I'm Elon Musk. Viking said, Jobs is. David, because that's how he said how he spelled it. Jobs is up there. So Vikings like Jobs is. David says word. And period says preach to David talking about this is not no underground rap chord. We're full of Elon Musk and Steve Jobs. It says so the period said preach. And Viper says me to that comment about the Elon Musk and stuff. And Davey responds to that same comment that David wrote saying, bitch, you high? Question mark. Oh my God. Yeah, because it's definitely not full of Elon Musk's Steve Jobs. Oh my God. Chili says, David, you singing another unreleased song in LA? And David said, hopefully I get it locked in with the band. Oh, my nose is itching. And then Viper sends another screenshot of David on January 7th, 2023, saying, Mommy. And then Andre said, David, Pink Panthers. When though? David and Pink Panthers. David said, when I moved to London. And Abby says, MW at tuba. I don't know. What is the W's? People keep doing WWWW. I don't know what that stands for, or what that means. And then Viper says, yo, David, can you go sit for a week for the funny? And David said, I already do that on accident. And David, in response to when I moved to London, Adrian said, no, don't, please. And 6 comments, this heart, drippy heart or something. And Gog says, bro, who moves to London? And in response to him saying, I already do that on accident about Ghost and Sid, Viper said, I accidentally forgot you existed. And David said, trying to lock in the Australian alternative album. And deleted user. That's the same. Wait a minute. That was Abby. That was the same picture that Abby was using. How is she a deleted user now? Because these screenshots were all like taken at the same time. Because these are the ones I took. So how is it? Oh, this is, dude, this is the one. That's right. In the moment. Okay. So you know when I forgot about this, dude, it slipped my mind. Okay, so you know when I posted that post, this was like Friday or something. It was before the weekend, or it might have been the weekend. I don't know. It was a few days ago. And I said that I'm going to try to go live, but I'm trying to finish up and I'm working on the David stuff or whatever. And I didn't end up going live then, but I posted that and I talked about working on the Discord stuff. Then when I went back to screenshot some more, this turned into deleted user. So the only thing I was thinking in my head was in the moment, she went from not a deleted user. And then in the moment, she went and deleted her account in the matter of a couple those days, like recently. And I was thinking, like, what if she just saw like me knowing I'm going through Discord? What's the chances? Probably not. It probably had nothing to do with me, but was like following me and then seeing that I was going through all this Discord. It's like, oh shoot, I better delete my account. I don't know, but it was like in real time, she became a deleted user. What the heck? Oh, I had this unlocked. Okay. Yeah. So what do you guys think? I think that was the one. I don't know. One of them, they became a deleted user. Or was that car? No. Oh, another thing is people that screenshot some of the ones that came out like in like maybe September. I love it though. So you could tell different people were screenshotting different times. Like some of them will have 3 different names. So some of them will be a deleted user, Ben, then a bunch of letters. And you could see, and those will come up where I'll have them side by side, where it's like people screenshot them at different times. Like people probably in the moment of all this going on and went in and deleted their account. So that's obvious. But anyway, sorry, I just went off. All right. So Abby said, oh no, wait, Abby's name is there. David off a perk. I knew the perk was fake, but I still ate it. So I thought that was interesting because they're talking about, you know, perks and supposedly what SF said that there was bottles of, he said hydrocodone though, didn't he? There was a bottle of hydrocodone because I remember it was so funny when I was watching Nancy Grace. I don't know if you guys caught this. I'm pretty sure he said hydrocodone, and that's Vicodin. And so he says that to Nancy, and then when she repeated it and was saying it, she turned it into oxycodone. And I think at one point, if I'm remembering right, he tried to like say something, and then she just didn't let him. And so she repeated it a couple times, and I'm thinking like, wonder SF is probably thinking like, that's not what I said, because he didn't say that. Now, did he say that after? I don't know, but in that interview, he said hydrocodone, like, and she turned it into bottles of oxycodone. Oh my God, I was losing it. Have you guys saw that interview? Did anybody else catch that, or was I the only one? It kind of made me mad because I'm like, dude, I was thinking, I love Nancy, but it kind of made me mad because Nancy's so big, and now she's repeating that, and now knowing Nancy, future videos, she's going to say that oxycodone, and that's not what he said. He said hydrocodone, which is not, I mean, it's not that huge of a deal because, I mean, they're opiates, but it still is because that's not what oxycodone is different than hydrocodone. It's Vicodin compared to Percocet, Vicodin compared to Percocet. So it's like Vicodin is way weaker. Oxycodone is stronger than hydrocodone. So I don't know. I thought it was funny. Yay, not Sydney. So never mind. Abby's not deleted. Well, there was somebody in real time, and hopefully it'll come up and it'll jog my memory when I'm going it. When I was screenshotting the Discord, it freaking turned into a deleted user. I swear to God. And I should have took a note on who it was. And I almost wanted to freaking post it. It was like blew my mind. I wanted to like post it on a community chat. I was like, I wish I was live so I could like, how crazy in the moment. And like in my head, whoever it was, I thought that they saw my post. So it wasn't Abby. Sorry, I got ahead of myself, but there's somebody, I'm telling you. So Abby said David off a perk. She was responding. Yeah, I'm sorry. I got that wrong. Yeah, I see that now. She's not deleted. Sometimes it gets, I've seen so many of these. My brain is. So this is the thing she posted. Me when I see Booba. And she says David off a perk. So she's so the deleted user posted this. And she says David off a perk. And then David says, I knew the perk was fake, but I still ate it. So I think he's just making a joke because anyway, and Yes says, I want to suck your toes, homie, to David. Okay. And Playa says, bro, you got to leave me some perks, to David. And Davey says, David, how'd it feel to go to Paris? And David says, felt like Kanye and Jay-Z. David says, I already do that on accident. Okay. So somebody's responded. Viper's responded to when he said, I already do that on accident. Now remember, that's a response to, you should ghost Sid. And he says, I already do that on accident. And Viper said, I just snitched on you. Watch out for her. And in response to David saying, felt like Kanye and Jay-Z, Yes says, you feet look delicious. And he posts this video, and it doesn't have it's just this video of his face. It doesn't even show his feet. So I don't know why he posts this picture, or it's actually a video, I think, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, because it was like, does it show his feet or something? And it doesn't even show his freaking feet. People are weird. So Viper posts Carp saying, I would F the hell out of that animal. You notice Carp changes his picture a lot. Okay. Oh, shoot. Hold on. And then Viper. And then deleted user posts Viper saying, oh, nah, and Carp saying, I love effing animals. Kanji posts the thing of Carp saying, if David doesn't show his D at the concert, we destroy his booty. And then Carp also says, I love prawn and David's long P-ness. See how I separate it? So it's like two different words. I think I think you could say that because that's like a biological. So yeah. Prawn, no? Is that supposed to be the corn, you think? And it's misspell or is prawn? I don't know. Anyway, Kanji says Carp needs to be silenced. Abby says, And Playa says, you imagine about kissing Ice Spice? Viper responds by posting a post where Viper says, Ice Spice, why are you targeting minors? And David said real, which that's totally out of context because I do believe that's not what David was saying real about. So, but Viper's not going to let him live that one down. David does ... And Davey said, that means I love you. And David said, what is wrong with Carp, man? So David's saying that. So David's seeing Carp's, what they're posting. What is wrong with Carp, man? And deleted said, he gay. And Abby says, you. And Kanji says, bro's just different. Playa says, he got mental problems. And Yes says, if David ignores me, he'll let me suck his toes and add me on Roblox. And Viper says, this is Carp. And then in response to he got mental problems, David said, I do too, but he just different. And then in response to where Viper says, this is Carp, and Angie says, actually, this is him. So I don't know if they're just picking picking somebody or if they're really serious. That I don't know. And David said, in response to David saying, I do too. He just different. Abby says, you make bops with your mental illness. Hold on, guys. I'm just rearranging this here. Okay. So I'm trying to get it where, okay, there we go. David said, or Andre said, David, the F you doing right now? You've been here for a minute now. You usually dip after like 3 minutes. And David said, mixing song board. And Viper says, David, this dude was at your concert last night. And he posts Carp saying, Viper, I'm going to argue. Be quiet. And in response to David saying, mixing song board, Playa says, make new music and become even more bored. And David says, Carp got to go for real. And I'm sorry, says, no, he's dead. But he is Carp. But Kanji's posting. What is this? This is, I don't know if I understand. Okay, so Kanji's responding to that saying, about me saying I'm 42, 370 pounds. I don't go outside at all. Member since April 9th, 2018. A member of David since October 2022. Huh. David's closet. I don't know. Tattle teetled effing pedo. Look, I mean, so is this really his or is it somebody just, I don't understand. Cause like, why would he put that or just as a joke? Like is he supposed to say this is Carp's? I don't know. Weird, just weird people. Deleted user says, David, give me a backstage pass to your Toronto show since I'm a booster for real. And David said, there is no backstage pass this tour. The June tour for sure though. And Period says, like ? And Adrian said, hey, do you like minors? And I'm sorry says June tour question mark. And David says, shh. Like, because nobody's supposed to know about the June tour. And Piri said, oh my God. And Deleted says, whoa, another tour? And Sid said, June is Chicago, right? And David said, Discord exclusive info. Discord exclusive info. Andre said, bro, don't get my heart hyped. Piri said, oh my God. Oh my God. Kenji said, better be a effing place I can go. David said, we hit in way more cities. David saying Discord exclusive info. Sid said, text me back. And Davy says, David, I'll go if you give me a kiss. And remember, Davy supposedly that got that boy, I think it was a boy that did the picture that covered his face with the half red, half black hair with the mask and the phone covering where you can't even see anything. Viper says, yo, David, my birthday's in June. Can I get a free ticket? Because I asked and it'd be cool and all that. And Deleted says, David, we're homies. Pass me that backstage pass for Toronto June shows, please, David. Angie said, then bro would have to give everyone free passes. Viper says, not everyone has successfully gotten a response from David every time. Cough, Sid, cough. I deserve this. And Viper said, David, can you come to my apartment lobby? And Andre said, David, you listen to Kuko? And David said, yeah, or y'all. And Sid said, David, is it still going to be smaller venues? Please tell me it is BC big venues. Or wait, please tell me it is because big venues suck. And David does 3 dots, ... Viper said, oh, in response to not everyone has successfully gotten a response from David every time, Giovanni says, watch this. David, how were your thoughts when you first started blowing up and gained so much attention? Tell me if it is overwhelming and different to you, or do you love all the care, love, and adoration you get for your music? And David responds and says, nah, I still eat, sleep, and bleed the same. And Giovanni says, got him. He got a response. He's like, watch, I could get a response. Oh, this is too funny. They're just trolls. Anyway, David said, I love being outside though, for real. I was locked up in the house for 4 years straight before music. And Piri said, that's amazing, bro. And Viper says, bro discovered grass. And Andre said, David, we gonna get a discount code for your tour? And Piri said, his tour ain't that expensive. It's pretty affordable compared to other artist tours. And David said, LMAO. And in response to David saying that I love being outside though, for real. I was locked up in the house for 4 years straight before music. Giovanni says, well, you seem just a lot happier. Homeschooling really sucks because you can't really socialize much. Skeleton, and it says, bro, 4 years, damn. And Viper says, David saw the sun for the first time in 4 years and decided to write a song about it. David said, take me to the sun reference for real. So he's like, I didn't like take me to the sun reference where I wrote a song about it. Like literal, trying to, Viper's just making a joke. And he's like, take me. And Piri said, Here With Me was about grass. David said, new David lore confirmed. Deleted user says, bleed out, take me to the sun. So they're quoting, there you go. David says, LMAFO, LMAO. And yes says, David, you find it funny someone was rubbing their dick on me? Oh, I don't know. David said, how many songs y'all think the first tape gonna have? I want to see if this, what time I still seen. David said, the day is almost upon us. Sid said, at least 10? And David has these big eyes. And Giovanni says, wait, David, you've been in love before, right? Because these lyrics you be writing in your songs are really thought well into, like words, sentences, and a kind of tone and vibe you set off. I haven't gotten any of them until I fell in love. And And David said Viper said a 10-song David album would be like 15 minutes. David said it's actually about an hour 20. So okay. So then Sid said, David, my dad said he's excited for you to come to Chicago and he's gonna take me. Shh, with hearts. And David said, let's go. And Puri said, my mom cried to your song at the car last night. And Puri said, she said it reminded her of her mom and dad. And David said, aw. And Keandre said, David, when? ETA. And then she shares a screenshot of David saying, right now, feet pics on the way. From February 13th, he said that. I don't know who he's saying it to, but interesting. Andre said, my mom said your music is concerning. And David said, my mom says the same thing. David said, there's a song on the jazz album called Birthday S Unalive. Well, I need a word for that, guys. Help me come up with a word, because that for sure I can't say. That they're like, that's a big no-no just to say the word, which is stupid. So you got to avoid it instead of like being able to talk about it and educate ourselves. I hate how we can't say the word. As long like it shouldn't matter like what you're talking about. Like, yeah, if you're telling somebody, you know what I'm saying? If you're telling somebody to do it, or, to say, threatening to do it or whatever, then yeah. But like if you're just talking about it and it's educational, like why can't you just say the word? I hate that. So we definitely need a word for that. What does everybody else say for that? Anybody? Self-delete. Oh, is that okay to say that though? I don't know. I feel like you think that unalive. I say unalive, that's what I've been saying, but sometimes it doesn't fit. That's usually what I say, but you're saying, oh, a jazz album called Birthday Unalive. I don't know. Sometimes it's like it doesn't fit right. Like it sounds stupid saying that. So I guess birthday self-delete would be better. Okay. So if you hear unalive or self-delete, that's what it is. I never use unalive for the word kill, like a lot of people do, because we're allowed to say that. You don't need to have YouTube, you're allowed to say that word. So you don't need to do, you know what I'm saying? So when you like, a lot of people will use unalive for all, like any kind of death, which then it confuses it. No, I use it just for the self-delete, because like I said, you're allowed to say the other word. Anyway, okay, so unalive or self-delete. So he's saying that there's a song on the jazz album called Birthday Self-Delete. And then in response to David saying, my mom says the same thing about his music being concerning, Puri said, AB romantic homicide. I remember you mentioning that. What's AB stand for? About romantic homicide? I remember you mentioning that. Oh yeah, about that. I saw the interview where he I was gonna do a short on that interview where he talks about his mom saying that. Anyway, Davey said, my mom said that too. She said it's too edgy. And Giovanni said about him saying that his mom says it's concerning. He says, concerning? I guess you kind of got to be careful with your lyrics and not spill too much to the public and your own mom. And David said, in response to him saying there's a song on the jazz album called Birthday Self-Harm. Or no, shoot, I didn't mean to say that because the harm and the self-delay. Viper says, yes, singing about. See those two words together though. That's where I don't like to say it. I'm saying, yeah, that's why. KYS. Oh yeah, singing about KYS on your birthday while the most while the most beautiful sax solo plays in the background. Oh, I guess I could even use, yes, singing about self-deleting on your birthday while the most beautiful sax solo plays in the background. And David said, literally. And Sid said, David, please answer my mom's question. And David said, what's the question? And Sid says, my mom just told me to ask you if I should get up at 5:45 a.m. to do yoga with her. And David said, no more yoga, learn Kung Fu. But he says King Fu. I think it's a typo or Sid said, LMFAO. I told her and he said, oh, he's into calisthenics? And David said, indeed. Strength over muscle. For real. And Viper said, David, would you make a metal album? And David said, there's an old metal album from last year I never finished. David said 5 songs finished. And Nicholas says, period? Or David said, that's not metal, I fear. Yeah, this is what I'm confused. What is he responding into? Is he not saying anything? There's nothing there. But anyway, he says, that's not metal, I fear. And Viper responds to this attachment with the comment where David said, degrade me again. Definitely trolling David hard. And I don't feel bad. I'm sorry, he says, kiss my ass. So he's showing that he's sending David, I don't know, some audios, because then David said, what do you mean they knew every song? Did the stream cut out the crowd audio? They did. Thank you so much, bro. I love you. See right there, he says, I love you. He doesn't love this, So he doesn't mean it in that way. I'm saying, so it's just, but gotta be careful because people think they have a relationship with you because they're, it's just tricky when somebody's your fan and then they know you more than you know them. They're watching you and seeing you, but you're not seeing them. Anyway, so I guess, yeah, so they send him some audio. Okay. It's like, what do you mean they knew every song? Did the stream cut out the crowd audio? They did. Okay. So then Sid posts, I guess, his or her, I don't even know if it's a guy or girl, convo with David, where picks up where David's going, shh, why do you even live in Chirac? Which I realized, I learned that means Chicago, right? And he says, you gangster? And Sid said, Chirac, I live in Wisconsin. Chicago is just the biggest city by me. And Viper posts this again. Viper saying, David a bottom, and David's going, shh. Giovanni said, no, poetic vulgarity on Spotify. And David said, got hacked and it was up for a day or two, waiting for a specific something to happen before I drop it. Which, what's he waiting to happen? Oh, I think that's right, because he talks about him. He's trying to get like his song to go viral. So he uses them to try to help him promote and get his song out. This is kind of a weird comment. So, okay, so this person posts, this attachment is this right here. So this deleted user posts this and said, okay. And in response to this, David says, who is this and why is he not kissing me right now? And it's this that he's responding to, okay? And Adrian said, isn't that kind of odd? Like, is he, it's fine if you're gay, but did you ever come out as being gay? And like, what a weird thing to say. Some random person, you're saying, who is this and why is he not kissing me right now? Adrian says, David, I'll turn gay for you. And Sid says, help, to him saying, who is this and why is he not kissing me? Because Sid wants David. Deleted said, I'm saying, to praying about him saying, it's a response to David saying, who is this and why is he not kissing me right now? And then in response to David saying he got hacked, and it was up for a day or two, and he's waiting for a specific something before he drops it. Period says, the way I slept and didn't hear it in my playlist and looked back and it wasn't there made me cry. And in response to the David saying, who is this? Why is he not kissing me? Your one says, I love you, David. And then Viper responds to that with David saying, degrade me. Davey says, David can rizz up my grandma. Or David can rizzo up my grandma. And David said, for real. And Viper posts Carp saying, Carp, huge sex gable. I don't know. This Carp guy is odd. David's in response to David saying for real about risen up Davy's grandma, Sid says, riz up my mom. She's single and ready to mingle. And Log says, David, can you say hi to my mom? And David said, hi, Mom. And Log says, thank you, for real. And David said, the final version of the bridge was finished today. And I'm sorry says, please release it. And Davy says, send, please. And Sid said, oh my God, OMG, bring me backstage at Chicago. And I'm sorry, aka Carp, saying, David, I need a bridge. I'm craving it. In response to that, Viper says, first normal thing you've craved. Kanji said, pretended David was talking to her. So Kanji sends this to her mom, his or her mom, which I think Kanji's a girl, sends it to her mom, pretending that David is saying hi to her, like, because he just says, hi, Mom. So he's pretending that it was her mom. So he said, pretended David was talking to her, and you see her mom, her conversation with her mom. She blocks out that and says, where it says, David, can you say hi to my mom? And he says, hi, Mom. And Mom says, thank you. Oh my God, these people are crazy. Giovanni says, yo, David, how many bitches you got now after music? David said, none. And David said, probably why my music is so sad. And Kanji says, someone didn't watch in response to Giovanni saying, yo, David, how many bitches you got now after music? Kanji says, someone didn't watch the Twitch live. Makes me think they're talking about him on with a girl at the Twitch live. In response to David saying none, Giovanni says lies. So I wish we had copies of some of these lives, like what was going on with the Twitch live. It had to be sometime before February 20th, 2023. Could it have been Celeste? I mean, could it have been somebody else? But they're basically saying he's lying because maybe it was that live he did with all those girls. When was that? That group, shoot, when was that date? No, that would have been after. No, that was in 2024, 25. Never mind. It wasn't that, because that was way after this. Okay. Anyway, I don't know. So in response to David saying probably why my music is so sad, Rat post a screenshot where this optimized forkcock says, I crave for David's sperm. And David saying none, he doesn't have any bitches. Deleted user says, I laughed my ass off. I'm so sorry. Because it's like, you're lying. He laughed at that because it's so ridiculous. David said, I'm so serious, bro. Girls my age are retarded. Okay. So you'll see as the conversation goes on, that was misrepresented. He's not saying, and you'll see, He's not saying that he wants younger girls. He's saying he wants older girls. So that was misrepresented. That thing was passed around as him saying that girls his age are retarded, that he likes younger girls, right? Not girls his age. And I'm not trying to stick up for David because I think David's sick and what he did was wrong and I think he's guilty and all this stuff. But it doesn't mean both can't be true, that was misrepresented. He's not saying he likes younger girls. And I'm not saying that he doesn't like younger girls, but that's not what this comment's saying. This comment's saying they're too young, too immature. Like they're retarded. Like girls his age are retarded. Older women, like old, you know what I'm saying? He wants to go for older because his age are like, anyway. And you'll see that that's what he's meaning. Okay. So David said, I'm so serious, bro. Girls my age are retarded. And he's saying not all, but most. And David said, and Sid said, men my age are worse, David. And Davey says real to girls my age are retarded. And Viper says real. And I love Danny Phantom said, bro, I love you so much, David. And Simp says, nah, it's the guys, I swear. Period said, oh my God, bro. Giovanni said, maybe not, but clearly you got men after you. About not having anybody. Sid saying men my age are worse, David. David said, swear. Andre says, damn, you trying to be like Landon and go for older women? And David said, yes, says, I'm a man, but we can still F. And in response to Sim saying, nah, it's the guys, I swear. Deleted user says, for real. Angie says, I'm hurt. Davey said, bro, I got this cute girl in my class. How do I say hi, David? And this is what I'm saying. In response to Andre saying, damn, you trying to be like Landon and go for older women? He says, David said, definitely. So that girl's my age are retarded. Like I said, out of context, that was misrepresented. He's not saying he likes them younger. He's saying he likes them older. David, in response to David saying swear, what would he say swear to? Oh, about men his age or worse. Sid said, they all expect girls to have the biggest boobs and butt and then be sick in the thighs while also being less than 100 pounds with a flat stomach. Like, let's keep it a buck. And David said, our generation just sucks. And Giovanni said, I kind of feel bad for you, David, because now it's just harder to find someone who truly loves you, not because you're famous. Maybe you should make a song about that. And in response to David saying our generation sucks, Kanji said, bro, what generation doesn't? And Davey said, in response to our generation sucks, that Davey said, should make a song out of that. And then in response to Giovanni saying, I kind of feel bad for you, David, because now it's just harder to find someone who truly loves you. Not because you're famous. Maybe you should make a song about that. David said, already did, with 2 crying faces. Rat says, I love you, with a mean face. It seems fun. I love you. And Giovanni said, wait, which one? And Dave said, it's on the second project. Wait, hold on. Let me get reminded what that said again. Okay. David said, people our age just don't appreciate love at all. And Sid said, seriously, bro, they all cheat or only want sex. And deleted user says, depends who you're with, to be honest. And in response to David saying, people our age just don't appreciate love at all, Viper said, that's a bar. Make a song about it. Giovanni said, honestly, one of the ups and downs of becoming famous, you know? David said, not everything is about that. I'm not even famous. LMAO. And Andre said, to us, you are. And Sid said, you famous in my eyes, Pookie Bear. In response to people our age don't appreciate love at all, that David said, and Rat says, I love you. You amazing. Now go to bed. It's past your bedtime. And response to not everything is about that. I'm not even famous. Giovanni says, you are to K-E. I don't know. You are to something. I don't know. Period said, to me, you're just a normal dude that releases dope ass music. Honestly, life changing for real. I always found someone for their status on the internet overwhelming to them because most of the time they just want to get noticed or not even have a genuine convo. And Sid said, I love having conversations with David. He'd be funny as L. I don't know, as F, maybe. I don't know. I love Danny Phantom. Says, hello, kitty girl. Damage for real. And deleted user posts a response. They have it blocked out of who it is, but this person posted in Discord saying, I miss so much. I couldn't handle myself from crying because you were there for me and looked out for me. I missed you so much. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed it. I missed you so much because I couldn't handle myself from crying because you were there for me and looked out for me. I missed you so much. You don't know how much I cried when you blocked me because you were the only person that I wanted to talk to. And you still are. I love you so much. I don't know what I'd do without you in my life right now. I was nothing when you blocked me. I cut myself for days after that one single day. I just couldn't handle myself because you meant so much to me. I don't know if I'm still an option to be your girlfriend since you're close to another girl, but just know I missed you so much, Landon. Trying to remember Landon in context. Which one was Landon? Landon was the one. Anyway, let's continue. David said, that's like the worst mindset ever. I forget what he's responding to. Hold on. I don't know. I forget what that's a response to, but he said, that's like the worst mindset ever. And Rat says, how? And David said, I'm talking about always wanting attention. Oh, this right here about, to me, you're just a normal dude. I always found someone for their status on the internet overwhelming to them because most of the time they just want to get noticed or not even have a genuine convo. So that's what he's responding to. That's like the worst mindset ever. And Rat says, how? And David said, I'm talking about always wanting attention. And David said, need a girl that likes to have deep physiological conversations for real. Sid said, guys, I feel bad because I be DMing David a lot. 2 crying faces. It's because he be cool and funny as hell. I feel bad. I feel so bad sometimes. David said, feeling bad for DMing someone is crazy. Rat says, David, when you get a girlfriend, don't let your songs turn sappy. And David said, there's a ton of love songs on the project coming up. And in response to David saying, feeling bad for DM and someone who's crazy, Sid said, I have anxiety and everyone on here, I'm sure that's a typo, it's supposed to be on here. Everyone on here criticizes me for dick riding. So I always feel bad and annoying. Andre said, David, he always says DVD, but it's supposed to be David. You the realest MF. David said, I hate making corny music. Period said, literally. And Yes says, for real, you should stop. I love that comment. David said, I hate making corny music. Yes says, for real, you should stop. David said, so when's here a love song? Wait, so when's here a love song? It's peak trust. I don't know. Or whenever. Oh, so whenever you hear a love song, it's peak trust? So I hate making corny music. Viper says, no, DTN is great. Wait, which one is DTN? Down to, I don't know. One of his songs, I guess. I'm not familiar with his freaking song. Only the ones that were kind of relevant to. Anyway, Simpsons, I'm going to get my homies and Kelsey on your ass. Andre said, dog, any song you drop is peak. David said, DTN sucks. Is that supposed to be downtown? I don't know. David said, I wanted to remove it from set list, LMAO. Period said, David, when you started releasing music, did you just like low key do it for fun? Or did you see yourself being where you are right now? David said, I did not care about music when I started. Period said, what? Said, I just wanted to be a Fortnite guy. And Sid said, sing me separate on VC so I fall asleep. And on response to David saying he wants to be a Fortnite guy, Period said, do you think if you didn't do music, you would like low-key become a full-time streamer or something in the video community? And Period says, what was that period before? And then they say, and do you ever feel like still going down that path? Or is music your main priority right now, career-wise? And David says, nah, I like streaming and gaming better. Sid said, what? With 2 crying faces. Rat says, you like never stream. The F is you on about? They're calling him out. I like him. They troll him and pick on him. It's kind of funny. But true, like, I take my blood thinner. I just had a thought. Shoot, did I remember when I'm sitting here too long? My mind goes to like blood clots. And did I take my blood thinner? That's why it always comes up in weird times. What is today? Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, I took it yesterday. Okay, I have to take it before bed. Anyway, so it's just funny. So he's like, what are you talking about? Like, you never stream. What do you mean you like streaming and gaming better? You're never streaming. So, huh? David said, music is like an intimate art of expression for me. Seeing music as a career is retarded. And Sid said, oh, that's fire. And David said, like you guys, for instance, I see you all as family. We be gaming and stuff together, and you all connect with the music. That's all I care about. And then David said, even Carp. And Period responds to that and says, man, you're so sweet. You genuinely have become one of the many few people I care about person-wise. And your music is just a plus. You care about your supporters so much. And Ian think not much. And Eon think, what does Eon stand for? Eon think not much people get reassured that they are loved or cared about. I don't know. And David said, nah, for real, because I just be existing for real. And then David says, we need to plan a Discord meetup. And I'm sorry, says, please. And David said, where we lay in the grass and stare at the stars. Oh, where we lay in the grass and stare at the stars. Okay. Sid said, yes, with 3 faces, their tongue out. Simp says, wait, how old are you? And Kanji says 16. And in response to David saying we need to plan a Discord meetup, Viper says, smelliest get together. And Sid says, us. And there's an attachment, which I didn't get the attachment. Sometimes I remembered and sometimes I don't. And I didn't post. Sometimes I'll remember and put it beside it so you guys know. But I didn't get that one, sorry. But whatever it is, Sid says us. Janie Pie says, can we bring snacks and blankets? And David said, yes. Hire a chef, make him cook out there. And then in response to we need to plan a Discord meetup, Zerks, here's Zerks. Remember, this is Zerks, the Kazwala or whatever, KZWALA says, oh, he posted this. Wait, is that the post? Hold on. No, it's Andre that posted it, but okay. In response to make him cook out there, Zerk says, let him cook. And Period said, wait, David, you're a senior, right? And David said, I graduated early because homeschool and stuff. My birthday's next month. I ain't even celebrate it though. Kenji says, we will. And Anja said, let's celebrate in here, dog. And I'm sorry says, we will celebrate for you. And Zerk says, what do you mean you don't celebrate? David said, I'm a borderline nihilist. I reject all traditions. And Zerk says, which, like I said, that makes me mad that he has that prayer channel and reads the Bible and pretends to be Christian, because Christian and nihilism, they contradict each other. You can't be both. Like I said, and I know there's different forms of nihilism, like there's different like categories and stuff. But in my opinion, you cannot say you're a Christian and believe in nihilist and be a nihilist. It just contradicts it. Like, it's not. It's just they're opposites. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, it's bullcrap that you're doing that channel, preaching, acting like you're a Christian. You're not a freaking Christian. I'm sorry. So just quit pretending. And it's fine. You don't have to be, but quit pretending that you are. You know, it's just fake. Anyway. Log says, David, what's your favorite movie? And David said, Interstellar and American Psycho. Interesting choices, American Psycho. Zerk said, David hits Ice Spice emote on stage. Herta posts this attachment, this right here. And David said, every night I still wonder how this pic was taken. Such a bad picture. Do I have a comment up? Oh, shoot. Oh, it blocked out half. Why didn't somebody tell me? Shoot. Dang it. Was that blocking comments? Oh, man. That was up for so long, wasn't it? I don't want to have a comment up because it blocks stuff. Dang it. Well, it's too late now. Okay. I hate when I forget to take down the comments. It's annoying to just have a comment sticking up. Okay. Sorry. Why does that bother me right now that I had that up? It's really bothering me. Okay. So yeah, I still wonder how this pic was taken. Oh, wait a minute. I just seen how hold on. I just figured, do you hear the wind? Hold on. I just figured out how I could not be small. Hold on a second. Wait. Hold on. Wait. I guess I don't remember how to do it. How did I get it back? I wanted to get it back because I just figured out how I could have both up too. Hold on a second. Wait, let me just share. Let me see if I reshare this, if it'll work. Oh, well. All right. It's not working. Let's have to stick with it. Okay. So I don't have any comments up, right? All right. Let me share my screen. Mama Mia did text me the one time I had a comment up, but here, let me see if she did it again. I don't get reminders now. She might be in bed now. She's in Australia. And she told me, so it's 104 degrees there today. And it's like the middle of winter here. It's so weird to think that it's 104 degrees somewhere. Okay. Let me take a sip of this. Oh, muted. I'm so glad I had this up. Oh, I'm so glad I had the messenger up because I just checked it, or I would, who knows how long I would have done that. Oh, I still had the screen. It didn't go off yet, so I was still able to see Mama Mia. Thank you. But otherwise, I need to go into my phone and figure out how to, you could hear now, right? How to, what was I gonna say? Oh, how to make so I get notifications for Facebook. I had to turn them off because I was getting, it was yeah, a long story. But anyway, okay, so let me go back here. So when he said every night I still wonder how this picture was taken, so then Giovanni says, "What about this one?" I love it. So then Piri says, "Do you have any other hobbies besides streaming music?" And David said, "Poetry. And I'm writing a couple books and movies now." Oh, really? Are ya? Because this is 2 years before, yeah, and we never see no books and movies, buddy. Oh, I'm annoyed. Sid said, "Me and baby girl as Patrick. I'm on the right." So is it her right or our right? I'm guessing this is her. Sid, the one that wants David so bad. Okay. Zerk says, "Show us some stuff about his books and movies that he's supposedly writing." Um, and then Giovanni posts this picture and says, "Like, bro, David, when did you get this cut?" And David said, "Like December 2021." And in response to him writing poetry and books and movies, Piri said, "Oh shit, poetry? Literature is beautiful as hell, bro. I could generally talk about how astonishing words are and how meaningful they hit." And David said, "Yes." And I'm sorry said, "David, are you going to Rolling Loud?" David said, "I think so," which I had to look that up. It's a music festival. In that year in 2023, they had it in Miami, and then I think California. They have it in Australia. But and you'll see in my pre-record that's coming out. Wait, I don't remember if it's that might be the one that I already put out. I don't remember if this was on the one I already put out or the one that I already have up, but I haven't posted yet. But I talk about what happens in that in the pre-record is I look it up and show you the answer, the AI, because I'm looking up the festival. And I'm like, okay, it says it's a festival, and I bring up the site. And first I thought it was just Australian, but then it was in California and Miami that year too. So and I think the one in California was in March or whatever. So I'm thinking maybe that's he was gonna go. And then I'm like, what if he's playing in it? So I looked it up, or is David perform in Rolling Loud Festival? And AI says yes. At first, they said yes, he's performing in the one in LA and Florida. There's one in Miami and there's one in California. And it said he was performing in both. And I'm like, and I'm on the stream and I have it all like on my pre-record. I'm like, I don't know if I trust AI though, because I've gotten wrong answers. So I brought up the site of Rolling Loud, but it wouldn't give me like a full list of the acts or the performers, right? And we know from like Coachella, they don't have everybody on there. Like when there's big festivals, sometimes the little ones, they're not everybody's added. Some people get added later and people drop out. So not everybody is on sometimes the poster, right? So I'm like, I don't know. I could see the poster, but I don't have like a full thing of who actually was on it, right? So I'm like, oh, I guess he did play. It looks like, AI saying, yep, he's featured in both of them, right? So then I'm editing more and I type it in again because I'm like, let me just make sure. And the next time AI says, no, he didn't perform. And I'm like, two different, completely opposite answers. The one saying, yes, he was featured in both. And then the second saying, nope, he didn't, he wasn't in either of them. I'm like, you got to be kidding. So don't always double check. Now, AI could be good for, hold on, let me get is this solo for, yeah. AI can be good for like simple things, they always double check it. But like, let's say like terms or something where you just need to like, oh, like I use it sometimes for like the internet lingo or terms, like stuff like that. It just depends what it is. You know what I'm saying? But always double check if if you're putting it out as information. I just can't even believe that. It's like, you got to be kidding me. It did that another time where it was like completely opposite answers. When I think it was for the Wade case. Or wait. It was like, I was looking up who, I don't remember. Maybe it wasn't Wade, but it might have been Shonda. I don't know. But anyway, okay, so let me continue here. So we're at, he's saying, are you going? Yeah, I think so. So like I said, I didn't know if it was like, oh, is he performing or just going? But that's why I looked it up. Anyway, Honeybee's Nut said, a poetry book with QR codes of beats to listen to while reading the poem. And David said, yes. Not a bad idea, really. I love Danny Phantom says, what do you like to write about? Any fave authors? And David said, I like writing gory psychological drama, romantic quotes, and a lot of death. And Sid said, you're so effing real for that. And David said, I love gore. And he says, I like writing gory psychological. Oh, in response to that, Andre said, type shit. And you know what I've noticed with these, which I'm a little bit confused? I'll be reading them and I'll think like, wait, I just read that. That's exactly what was written before. But then there'll be like new things with it. So it'll be like a lot of the same things that you think like, okay, that was said before, but then it'll be mixed with like stuff that, okay, but that wasn't, and that wasn't said in this conversation. It's like almost you have this weird I don't know if it'd be deja vu, but there's just weird, like, wait, didn't I just read the same thing? But that was months ago. But then I'll read something like, but that wasn't in it, and that comment wasn't in it. So I don't know. I think they're repeating. I think people are just copying and pasting or repeating a lot of the stuff that they say over. Because I think the last time the person said you're so effing real for that, it was somebody else that said that. Remember? So I don't know. It's weird. But anyway, so yeah, he says that he loves gore, and Andre said type shit. And Puri said, gore is just, okay, just what? Star says, oh, and yes, post this screenshot. And David said, I'm so serious, bro. Girls my age are retarded. And so it begins. Taken out of context. Now this, you know what I'm saying? Now this right here, if people weren't in that conversation, is going to look like it means something totally different. And I'm not trying to defend him because there's no defense for him, because I think he's a sick person and he's not good and what he did is horrible. But this little thing was not what it was portrayed to be when he said that. But anyway, so yeah, so now they're posting that. And David said, I used to be addicted to watching gore vids. Vonnie says, death scares. Oh, this one is the same. Hold on. But watch. Like right here, this wasn't in here. The Not Gonna Lie, Edgar Allan Poe, that wasn't in the last one. So confused. I wonder if, so what, okay, so another thing, and this might be a thing, and I missed some things editing, forgive me. If you want to, do you guys want to see, look, I want to show you what I'm working with here. Hold on. So you see why that I could get some things mixed up here. Hold on. I have this perfectly, because the way I did this is I spread it out like perfectly how I want it. So I don't want to lose that, but hold on a second. I could do, yeah, that'll work. Okay. So I just want to show you something here. Like this is all, that's something different, but these are all like little, each one is one thing. Like, look how many. So they're all like, so my point is, and we're just right here. So what I'm saying is, what am I saying? So a lot of the times I would have the original, like the screenshot that was been passed around, and I'll put it in the thing. And then my my thing is I go back and find the conversation and add it and screenshot my own in the whole context. And I'm meant to delete the one screenshot that I, that was passed around where I was like, okay, this is what I'm going to look for the whole conversation. And I meant to delete that. Right. And I'm seeing, I think what's happening is I'm forgetting to delete the original ones. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? So like maybe it'll be like one screenshot and the rest is the other conversation. And then it's in the whole conversation. And I forgot to delete like maybe this one, and this wasn't supposed to be in it. Does that make sense? I don't know if that's what happened here, but if you see that, that might happen a little bit, because I mean, there's so many. I try to go back, but I could have forgot some. So I don't know if this is the same one. It doesn't make sense, but it's saying the same thing. Death scares the hell out of me. It's such a strange concept. And Andre says, live leak. But this wasn't ever said. So that's why it's like, so I used to be addicted to watching gore vids, and Puri said, really? David said, live leak was bookmark, LMAO. He did say that. I mean, that was in the other one when we just talked about it. Davey says, not gonna lie, I see you doing that shit like Edgar Allan Poe type. Viper says, what the F? And this wasn't in that last thread. So that's why I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna have to go back and see why some of the stuff is the exact same, but the rest is different. Are people repeating the same stuff, or did I forget to take out some stuff that when I don't know. Like, here's what I'm thinking may have happened. When I read the earlier stuff, that whole conversation should have been taken out, and this is the full one. Or they just repeated themselves. But anyway, so besides the point, they're saying the same, it's same thing. So it's not like it's bad information. He's saying, I love gore. He posts this, I like to dissect girls. It's from American Psycho, right? No, deleted user post that, sorry. Deleted user post, I like to dissect girls. In response to I love gore. Zerk said, the F just happened. I joined VC and everyone dips. Sid says, not gonna lie, I love gore art. It's so pretty, not gonna lie. Viper says, David likes watching people die. Confirmed. Sid said, like there's a girl on TikTok who makes gore art and it's so effing good. Fury said, gore is what makes something serious real. Andre said, so we all confessing right now? Davey says, no wonder he made romantic homicide, bro. I'm sorry, says, I'm gonna cry. Viper says, write a song about watching people die on a website. Zerk's, in response to Zerk saying, what the F just happened? I joined VC and everyone dips. 1A say, they in a different server. Deleted says, does anyone want to play Among Us? We 8-15 right now. Davey says, he loves gore. 1A says, they in a different server. Zerk says, oh, to that. And in response to Andre saying, so we all confessing right now, Sid said, I watch people cut on Twitter sometimes. It makes me feel better about my life. Matt says, you sure she didn't die? Just in the back of your mind? David? And Puri said, gore is what makes something serious real. David responds to that by saying, I use it to desensitize myself. In response to David saying, I used to be addicted to watching gore. Giovanni says, same. Period said, yeah, I get it about desensitizing myself. Sid said, real as F. Andre said, when's the first time you watched gore, David? Davey said, he loves gore. Rat says, watch Happy Tree Friends right now. And Giovanni says, yep. So I used to desensitize myself. In response to Sid saying, I watch people cut on Twitter sometimes. It makes me feel better about my life. Viper said, that is extremely disturbing. Davey said, no wonder why he made, in response to him saying, no wonder why he made romantic homicide, bro. Locke said, yeah, for real. Like in the back of his mind, she died for real. He didn't even cry. And Sid said, death doesn't affect me. in response to David saying, I use it to desensitize myself. Deleted said, David, how did you like the songs Hag made? Viper saying that is extremely disturbing. Sid said, I know. Period said, has Gore ever been triggering, like at least once? Matt said, David might have actually killed her for real. Interesting, huh? It's just so interesting now. Yeah, but Soul Medicine, yes, but David is saying Gore corn. That's what he loves. I mean, he talks. You know what I'm saying? So they're getting like arousal from this stuff. So it's like that could be dangerous because people act on that. Then that's where people end up hurting people, killing people to get aroused. You know what I'm saying? So that's actually could be really dangerous. I know it's just you put those two together, and I'm sorry, that's just not right. And it's like these type of people are the ones that act on it. And there's so many in Discord that's, I don't know. It's just, and then look what happened. I mean, look what's going on here. Talking about a dead 15-year-old, a girl that run away from her family and is not here anymore. Okay, so let me take this down. And Davey says, not gonna lie, some Gore videos are funny. And in response to when's the first time you watched Gore, David, he says, I saw a cartel execution on Reddit when I was 14. Matt said, not just mentally. Oh, hold on. That's stuck. Okay, hold on. There we go. Vonnie says, true. Sid said, I'm glad someone agrees because Sid said same about seeing an execution on Reddit when he was 14. I guess Sid saw it too. Period said, has Gore ever been triggering? Like at least once. Viper said, I threw up when I was knee deep in R.I. Black. And I looked that up and dang it. What did I find? It's in my next pre-record I'm releasing. Oh my God. I forget what I found about that. Because I looked it up. God, my brain is just too full of too much stuff right now. I can't pull that. That's crazy because I just looked it up. What, 2 days ago? Or no, there's two different ones. Okay, if you look it up, there's a real happy community of R.I. Black or whatever, and then there's a more disturbing one. So, and obviously this is the disturbing one. Where is it? Hold on. Sites with extremely NSFW content are mentioned here, but nothing is shown. Okay, wait, hold on. That's just change.org because they're trying to, I don't know. Look it up. It's most horrifying subreddit you'll ever see. Includes goatsy, tub girl, mutilation, accidents, etc. Also used in bait. So that's what that is. I don't know what tub girl or goatsy is, but okay. So Viper saying I threw up. I was knee deep and I threw up. Andre, in response to the Cena cartel execution, Andre said, I think I know which one you're talking about. But damn, bro, you was young as F. Davey said, I saw a wee get chopped off, bro, and I started to cry. David said, it got to the point where I don't even cringe when I see it no more. Deleted user says, real. And another deleted said, please, bro. Sid said, I watched Gore when I was about 12. And then in period, in response to David's Sienna execution, asks him, do you think you would handle Gore in real life? Honeybee's Nut says, a little Mexican bean seeing that in real life 4K to his Sienna cartel execution. Sid, in response to Sid saying, I'm glad someone agrees. Wait, what's going on? Where am I? I'm glad someone agrees. Vanny says self-harm is competitive as hell. I've tried to stay away from watching it because it makes me feel like I have to do worse. Dave said, I remember laughing at one point. It got bad, man. Honeybee's Nut said, I'm a bean myself, just saying. Sim said, my cousin showed me the hub when I was very little. I don't know what age. I couldn't find what does GYATT stand for? I couldn't find what that stands for. And in response to the self-harm being competitive and how she say it, I've tried to stay. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to see. It's very disturbing. So I try to stay away, but it makes me feel like I have to do worse. He responds to that comment, David, saying, for real. Talking about, I remember laughing at one point. It got bad. Hag says, me too. Honeybee's Nuts said, I'm a bean myself, just saying. Log says, Latina. Period said, no, because the derealization after watching it is crazy. In response to, I remember laughing. David, in response to, got to a point where I don't even cringe. Sid said, me too, bro. I watch people SH on Twitter and it don't even affect me. 1A says, give me the code to Amagus. Hag said, I'm clinically insane. I'm sorry, says, I'm spoiled. Kanji says, slay. Sim says, my cousin showed me the hub when I was very little. I don't know what age. Deleted said, the hub. Honeybee said, Mexican. Yes, sir. Sim said, is this a therapy session? And Rat says, we have a fellow SH in the chat. So remember, that's self-harm. I know I'm saying it weird, but I'm trying not to put them together. But I don't know. The hub, and Sim says, can I say corn? I don't know. Log said, oh my God, it's a Latina. David said, corn is garbage though. Viper says, the conversation is so uncomfortable. Omar says, I ain't about to partake in whatever therapy happening right now. I got too much baggage. David said, corn is garbage though. Andre said, oh my God, it is. Bonnie, in response to Bonnie saying it's competitive, Sid said, me too. I feel invalid because I don't do it deep enough or whatevs. Because remember, the end of this is it makes me want to do it worse. Then that's where David says, oh, why does that do that? Okay. Gore corn. Hold on. I should end it now, guys. Because you know what I should do? I feel like I should start it because a lot of people don't watch it till the end. So a lot of people fell off. This is a very important thread, this part. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to start the next one with this stuff because I feel like it's important and most people are not, they're going to fall off by the time I get to this part. So I'm going to end it here. But don't worry, my next pre-record, which I'll probably put out tomorrow morning, is going to go over this stuff if you guys just want to watch that. So yeah, I mean, we got a lot to come up. We got the part where they talk about Celeste and about, there's a part, well, I'll just let you guys wait till the part, the one comment where I had never seen it and I was like, huh. I wish we could find those old streams because there's some things that are in it. If we only had them, I hope the cops I hope they're able to get that stuff. I don't know. A couple years ago, I don't think they're going to be able to get it, but I feel like a lot is going to lie in some of these videos and audios. Now we know the stuff on Discord is not going to be able to be gotten, but those streams, just the one that's the full ones that, excuse me, Celeste was on. It sounds like she was on more than one from Discord. I hope they're able to get those. All right, let me put this down. I just gotta have to find out if I need to take that one out. I don't know why they said the exact same things. Wait, what do you mean chat words, not Sydney? You mean chat people that put stuff in live chat? I don't know what are you referring to? Chat words. I don't understand what that's meaning. How do I get my thing big? You guys, I'm like this small thing. I don't understand why it does that. Why did it keep doing that? Like, let me stop my screen. I don't know what I did. I thought I knew what I did last time to get it back, but I guess I didn't because it's not coming back again. Hold on. What if I go? No. What did I do? No. Oh, wait. Yes, I got it back. Now I remember what I did. I remember. Okay. We'll see if I remember next live. I'll probably forget. I don't know, guys. Are you going to come back to the next one? I hope. Was that interesting? I mean, we probably have 2 or 3 more long lives to get through everything. I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I hope people actually like it or don't think I wasted my time going through it all. I feel like I spent too much time on it, but can't take it back. And then when I was in so deep, I was like, I can't stop. I got to make sure I finish it. But oh, yay. No, but I mean, are you guys enjoying the information is the question. Thanks, Cat Fab. There's still a lot more though, so it really is. Oh, cool. I'm thinking here. Sorry, I'm just reading some of your guys' thing. Yeah, I don't think you could put it into Discord like that I know what you're talking about. You could do like Adobe, you could have, there's certain AI things. But Discord, I don't think there's a thing where it would go into Discord. They have their own system where you can look up things, but that's still tricky. It's not as easy as you think because it misses stuff. And then you got to be like, okay, I know it's in here somewhere. You got to kind of get creative to find it because it's not. You would think, oh, if I type this word and this word is in that and I need to find it, I'm telling you, for some reason it misses so freaking much. It's so irritating. It's like, I know it's in there. I have proof right here. Where is it? And it takes forever because you're like, okay, what if I do it this way? What if I do it that way? It sucks. So that's why I feel like the first couple of times, I would type it in and be like, oh, that's all there is, okay. But then it's like, wait a minute, why isn't this showing up? And I learned, no, there's more in there. It's just, I don't know. It's very frustrating because it's supposed to do that, but why doesn't it work? Does that make sense? You have to like go in there and find it yourself. Anyway, yeah, there's a lot more, guys. Like I said, probably 3 more 4-hour streams or maybe even more of that. And like I said, I'm breaking it up into pre-records. I still have the Wade stuff I got to put out I'm going to do a YouTube video on the crime scene pictures, which there was a lot that I understand why they didn't send some. It's crazy how in Florida is usually the more state that is more open to sending a lot of that stuff. But it's crazy because sometimes you get a case and you wouldn't even expect them to send certain things, and you get everything. You're like, what the heck? I can't believe they didn't redact that. And then sometimes you think that you will get at least some stuff, and then they redact it. But no, I mean, there's still pictures. I mean, a lot of the stuff that hasn't been out yet. So I still have, that took me forever because their site kept crashing. I don't even want to get into that. I still don't even have them all downloaded. I just have a few more to do, but it's, dude, one by one. Imagine this, you're on a site. You can't download all, which you should be able to, but with this, for some reason, it will not let you. It crashes. It'll crash the whole site. So you have to do one at a time. And if you go ahead, if you push download one and then you try to download the second while the first one is still not done, it'll crash. Where it's page not responding. Then you got to go put in your password and do it all over. Oh my God. So you have to do one by one. You have to wait till the one finishes before you can press the other one. So do you know how annoying that is? You're trying to work. Here's another thing. If you are inactive for like 5 minutes, it logs you out. You have to go back in. I never seen it inactive where it's so quick. So that's the thing. Like, and it takes sometimes minutes to download. So you're like trying to get other work done. You're waiting for that to download, and then you get into the other work, and then you're a couple minutes late because you keep checking, and it takes sometimes 5 minutes to download one picture. So you're typing, and then you're like, oh shoot, I have to re-log in again because I, waited too long. And imagine hundreds of pictures having to do that. It was like 4 days, all day, all night doing that, trying to get work done. This was like last month this has been a while, a few weeks ago. It was before Christmas that I got these. Oh my God. I'm like, dude, this isn't even worth it. It's not even freaking worth it. First of all, it was $200, which it's not bad compared to what the kiosk stuff was, because it's from a different place. So, I mean, so first of all, you pay for it. And then it took me 4 full days, work days, where I got a little bit of work done when I was downloading them, but it was still not much because I was preoccupied. So I had to get off my flow to do it. So it was like, gosh, this was not even worth it. It wasn't. So mad. I'm so mad, but I have to go through those. I haven't even been through them like really thoroughly to see what they were, because I was just trying to get them uploaded, and I would see like a small picture of kind of what they were. So I got a concept of what they are. And the other thing, a lot of them, they send the same picture like 3 or 4 times, but I don't know if it's going to be the same picture. So I have to download them all. So I'm like, I just wasted 35 minutes downloading the same picture 4 times. It's so crazy. I don't know why they send like a picture and it's maybe a little bit of inch over, a little bit it's like the same for you. Come on, like, this is so stupid. Anyway, oh, it's a different case, Wade. The Wade case, some Wade pictures. I don't know if you've been following me for the Wade, but that's nothing compared to the other stuff, cost-wise, that I had to buy. The Wade case, $200 is cheap compared to everything else that they all the other prices of the Wade case was ridiculous. Yeah, you have to pay for files a lot of times. It's really rare to get them free. I think it used to be more common, and now that true crime's kind of blown up and there's so many more requests, I feel like now it's becoming more common to charge, because like a lot of times you get it, and it didn't, there was like maybe paper cost or something really cheap, but now I mean, now it's hard to find a place where they just give them free. Sometimes there are some that don't charge, but most of the time you're paying. But yeah, I just keep thinking about, because it was my first case I covered, Chris Watts. The amount of discovery that you got in free, completely free, not a single penny. And you got so much stuff. You got documents, videos, audios, body cams, interview. I mean, so much stuff for free. It's crazy. But that was right before the big blow up of true crime. I mean, it wasn't like it. Now it's just it's just so oversaturated. It's kind of annoying. But back then, there really wasn't a lot of true crimers like me. There really wasn't. It blew up really quick. Now everybody's doing it. But yeah, so yeah, that's the story. Well, I'm talking about Chris Watts right now, but yeah, the Wade Wilson is, I don't know why people call him Deadpool guy, because he's not. Like, his murders had nothing to do with that. It's just that he has the same name, so people label him as the Deadpool guy, which, and no fault of yours. I just think it's stupid that some of these reporters or whatever websites are labeling that, because one thing has nothing to do with the other. It's not like, he committed murders that was like he pretended to be Deadpool or had something to do with it. It has absolutely nothing to do with it. They just happen to share the same name. So when I see people, and it's not your fault, Sydney, because people are labeling it like that. But when I see that, since I know that case so well, I don't know why it makes me mad when I'll see like an article, Deadpool killer. It's like, no, it's not. Why are you he didn't call himself a Deadpool killer. Nobody said Deadpool. I mean, the only thing, it was just because his name, it drives me nuts. I don't know why, because it has nothing to do with it. But yeah, you're thinking of the right thing. No, not Sydney. I'm not even mad at you because you don't know the case. I'm mad at the reporters who know the case. And why are you calling it that? And like even his tattoos, nothing to do with it. He didn't like the taboo. He thought it was annoying. He hated how people call it, like associated with that. His was like, I mean, I could see if they called it like the Joker case, even though that really doesn't have anything to do with it, but that would be more relevant than Deadpool, because Joker, he has like the Joker face. So I would kind of get that in a way, just because like you see him and he has the face with the, you know what I'm saying? But but Deadpool, that's just nothing. You don't, I don't know. Anyway, I know. I need to find somebody, but it's like, how do you do that? And then you have to it's so hard. Here's the thing. Somebody needs to be here local, because it's just going to be too hard to have somebody try to help me that's far away. Like, I was going to have Mama Mia's like, hey, I'm not busy, I can help you do stuff. And I was going to have her help me with this project. But she's in Australia, and it's too hard. Like, because then you have to somehow send her all this stuff. I just need somebody here with me to show, like, I need to work hands-on with the person. I don't see any other way I could do it, because it's just, I don't know. In my head, I feel like the person that I hire needs to be here with me, if that makes sense. That's the only way it's going to work, just because I can't do it for some reason. For some reason, when I think about that, it just stops me, because they need to be here and I need to show them, if that makes sense. I don't know why. In my head, I cannot do it with somebody that's virtual. It's just not going to work. But yeah, I need somebody. I love it. I need help, because I'm in one person. I get zoned into one case, and then all my other cases get neglected. And then I need to be able to keep up with everything. Like if I had somebody getting all the stuff and organizing it, dude, I would have been able to do my Wade stuff and do all this other stuff, or at least helping with it. But it's just like I need someone here so I could show them and we could kind of work back and forth, you know? So I need to find somebody local. And where it's stopping me here is I don't have my own place. And it's not because I would love to have my own place, but I'm in a situation where the guilt is going to kill me because I don't want to leave my mommy or by myself, or sorry, by herself with my grandma. It's, my mom's like, ever since my dad died, she likes to, she goes out with her friends or does church and Bible studies and stuff. And if I wasn't here, because somebody needs to be home with my grandma, if I wasn't here, she wouldn't be able to do that, and then I feel like the guilt would kill me, but it is hindering because it's like, she's not, I just feel like she's not going to want some stranger in the house, but it's like, if I live my own, I would have I'd probably set up like my own room for like a studio, or maybe either have it big enough for me to work with somebody or have somebody else to have their own room or something. And I would have probably already have somebody working with me if I had my own place. And then I feel like once my grandma dies, I know I'm gonna feel bad to leave her alone because she'll be by herself. I'm like in a situation where I'm just my guilt, I feel too bad now because she's always like, "Don't leave. I love having you here." Plus, I help her out with if she has any technical internet problems. Like she thinks I'm a genius because any problem she has, how do you do this? I can't get this. My computer, my iPad, I can't do this. I can't do that. How do you do this? I always could help her. I know how to do everything she needs help with. So she thinks I'm like a genius because, I know, I don't know any problem she has with the internet computer. It's just all more common stuff. I feel like I could always help her. She's like, "What would I do without you?" And I know she does not want me to leave, but it's just like, "Mom, I need to live my life too. I know, I don't know. I'm just in a situation." I mean, there's pros and cons. So, but the biggest thing is just the guilt. I just feel too bad leaving her here by herself. And that's just, but I don't know. Hi. Oh, my little stars. Hey, I didn't even know you left. Right? How come so many of my viewers are from Florida? I swear, everybody that I end up, talking to is like, "Oh, I'm from Florida, Florida, Florida." It's like, whoa, everybody's from Florida, I feel like. Oh, yeah, that's the thing. People that don't know, that's what makes me kind of mad. Not you, but people that don't know the case, they're gonna see that, and that's what they're gonna assume. Like, oh, he has some persona of you know, the character. What's his name? His real name's Wade Wilson, but what is the character name? Oh my god, I can't even think. Whatever it is. Oh yeah, Deadpool. Oh my god, it's Deadpool. I just had a moment, just ignore me. So yeah, it's like, so people like you're assuming oh, they must have had some kind of association, and then it's not anything, it's not it at all. Oh, so I don't know. If I could figure out, I mean, I guess I could figure out how to do it virtual. But then another thing is I would be a bad manager. That's why that's not I'm not good at delegating. I feel too bad. So I would want to just oh, I'll just do it. I'll just do it. So I feel like if I have somebody that comes here, set hours, let's say they come a couple times a week or however the work schedule, then they're here with me and I see what they're doing, and I don't have to feel bad asking because they're there to work in those hours. Does that make sense? So it's oh, can you do this? Can you do that? Because if not, calling somebody "Hey, do this or do that." I feel bad. "Oh, are you busy? Wait, no." You know what I'm saying? But I could, maybe pay him hourly then if I do it that way. So yeah. Thanks. I just got this for Christmas. My mom got it. I like the color. Like I have static. Look, it always goes. No, I like the colors. Yeah, and look how I like even this little. Normally, I probably wouldn't. I like it. It's like a little. I don't know what you call it. But thank you. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean, all right, guys. I'm gonna try to finish up some of these pre-records, and then I need to do. So continue this. I need to do just like the Wade live where I go over the photos because they haven't been out yet. So I could go over those. And I just got to finish these pre-records. And then I got to do the kiosk, the Ko-Fi stuff. I neglected that. And I have so much started that I have to finish it because I put in so many hours so that I have to now finish all this stuff. So all this, there's tons of folders and tons of work, but there's a lot that's not finished, that there's so much work in all of it, but they haven't been finalized. Different posts haven't been finalized. So I have to finalize all that because I can't let all that work, I mean, hours, days of work to go to waste and not finish it. I'm going to lose all my people that are subscribed because I haven't posted in a while. And then all that work I put in without able to finalize some of them. Oh, look, wait, hold on. Let me see if I could show this without, hold on 1 second. Oh, no, that'll dox everybody. I have everybody's last name. Shoot, I was going to show you all the files of all the individual kiosk messages that I took and individualized per person. And then that's not even on top of all the pictures I individualized per person and then figuring out who everybody was. So I have to finish this. So many. Dang it. I got so much to do. But anyway, okay. So, and that's the thing. Like now, the way I have that set up, it'd be too hard to have somebody to help me because I have it all here. Like I wouldn't even know how to get everybody that info and explain like what I want. I would need somebody here because it's all started like, hey, listen, look, this is what I got. We go through it together and they kind of like show them what I need. If they have a question, I'm right here, you know? But otherwise, it's too big of a project to just send them all that stuff and have like being able to explain how to do it, you know? So yeah, I know. I need to hire people. Here's my problem. I need somebody. I need to hire somebody to hire somebody. Because that seems hard to me to find somebody. And then it's like, here's another issue I have. I wouldn't be able to fire them or like get rid of them. So let's say I find somebody, I won't know how good they are until I like have them help me. Say I find somebody and they're not really, they're just not cutting it for what I need. I would be stuck with them because I'd feel too bad to get rid of them. So then I'd be stuck with somebody that's not, you know. Oh, you guys, I'm venting. I know, I'm sorry. But all right. Do you hear that wind? I'm gonna go eat a snack and try to do some editing. But I got more to go, guys. We got a lot more to go. So hopefully you come back for the next one. We had a pretty good turnout, more than I thought, because for me not live streaming in a couple weeks, I really didn't think I didn't even think I'd have like 50 people. So that was pretty good. I just hope now that I didn't disappoint and then people don't come back for the part 2. But we still have the Celeste big chunk coming out, which I'm going to do a pre-record on all that, where all the times they talk about her. I feel like that's one of the more interesting ones, like stuff. So we still have that chunk coming up. What else? Zerk's, more like Zerk stuff. And then some of the stuff after it all happened that I wanted to share with you. Yeah, so I mean, there's still like, I think, interesting stuff. I was interested in it when I was finding it, and so if you're following the case, I would say, it's interesting that it kind of shows Zerk's like how connected he really was. Like, I mean, it's like as far as his relationship with Rob and his relationship with David. He did talk to Rob. He did talk to Dave. You know what I'm saying? So it was just like, okay. So Zerk's is that close that he's having like conversations with David's manager, Rob. He's talking to David. So yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna go. Have a good one. I'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow. Gotta continue this, get this out. So soon. Either tomorrow or the next day, I gotta continue part 2 of this. And then in the middle of it somewhere, I'll do the Wade one. I have to see if they've put Shonda on the books. I was like, I don't know. I could have missed that. Shonda's court hearing. I got to make sure I don't miss that coming up. Please don't tell me I missed it because I haven't been checking. I got to check the site to see if they scheduled anything. Yeah, Fab, thank you so much. And thank you. Wait, hold on. I have, oh, thank you, 28 months and beautifully donating cat mouse. And also, guys, comment, please. You don't understand how much commenting helps. It does. It helps because YouTube looks at it like engagement. So the more engagement, the more it gets pushed out. And YouTube recommending videos is the whole key on your success on YouTube. It has nothing to do with how good you are, which it could, because you could get, here's the thing. If you get like loyal followers that will check back, that's the way it helps. If you're good, you get people that are, loyal, and they'll check back your channel. And the reason that they're getting is because they keep checking back, and they'll keep like, oh, let's see, did she upload? I'm waiting for her video. So you have that helps with the engagement, and it helps gets pushed out. But for some reason, I do have some loyal ones, but I don't have a lot. I don't have like the numbers of people that check back my video. Like I don't have like high numbers of those people. So I need the YouTube pushing it out, because there's not enough people. If people come in, well, let's see what she did. I'm waiting for her video. There are some, I'm not saying that, but it's not enough to get the algorithm like good. But do it, you guys. If you're not one of these people, check back, please. It helps. It does. Don't take what I'm saying wrong. That does help some, but I'm saying I also need the algorithm on my side. But people checking back helps the algorithm. So I do need more people checking, just coming into my channel and seeing. But yeah, that's everything. So yeah, you have that. So that's usually, if you do a good job, people are going to want to see your video. So they're going to say, hey, I'm waiting for your video. So that's huge. So, I hope I could gain some momentum here with that. Maybe people interested in this David stuff will keep checking back for part 2. I'm hoping. And then when YouTube sees that, then they'll start pushing my stuff out more, right? And it's like a cycle. And then because they're pushing it out, I have more people watching, and then more people potentially checking back because they like what I'm doing. And then back and forth. You know what I'm saying? So everything helps. And then, oh, comments, they're engaged. Let me push it out more. Oh, they like the video. Let's push it out more. So sometimes it is luck. For some reason, people got like, they just hit the right words where somehow YouTube gets in the algorithm, or they push it out. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, because there's some people out there that people would watch, but they don't know about them. But if for some reason they got pushed out, you know what I'm saying? It's so tricky. It's a game. It's like a freaking game. It's very competitive. but I like it. I mean, I like it. It's just sometimes it's a lot to keep up with because you miss. And then, like I said, I didn't miss because I wasn't working. I missed because I was working. If that makes sense. I was working on getting stuff to do it. So, but yeah, so just comment, like, check back as much because a lot of times that YouTube does not give the notifications. So just keep checking back. Check my channel. Remember, videos and lives, 2 different sections. So there's different videos in both of those sections. Because make sure, because if you just go to home, it's going to be, home is just going to be kind of a variety of things where it's only limiting. I always go for everybody that I look for because I want to know all their videos. I want to see them. So if I want to see their live streams, go under live streams. It'll bring up all their live streams. If you want to go over the videos, that's just the pre-records. So the pre-records is not going to have your live streams in it, and the live streams are not going to have your pre-records. So make sure you check both because I do both. Because I would have sometimes I remember I'd have like for years this happens. Let's say I won't do. Let's say I was doing a bunch of live streams. I didn't do pre-records in a while. I would have people comment in my pre-records when I do my next pre-record. Oh, you've been gone a while. Where have you been? And I've been doing live streams like consistently. And it's like, what do you mean? I've been doing live streams. I just haven't done pre-records in a while. But it's like they don't know because they're used to maybe just searching my pre-records. They didn't even realize it was doing live streams, and vice versa. Live streams, if I'm doing pre-records and people are like, where have you been? I haven't seen you forever. And I could be very active on pre-records. So it's like, that's how I know there's people that don't do both. Sometimes I don't think they're aware. I think they're probably used to going under one category and not realizing they're separate. There's 2 completely different categories. And then you have the short section that has only shorts. So just make sure you check. Mama Mia, have you been sharing my Facebook post? Let me see if or my Facebook group. You guys, I'm doing a David Facebook group because there's not really any good ones out there. Here, let me see if it works now. I want to see if the Nightbot works because it wasn't working earlier. It might just sometimes. I don't know if you guys have been here, but sometimes they'll be alive and sometimes it won't, the Nightbot won't work for some reason. So hopefully next live it'll work. Because I just did it today. So I'm having faith that next live it should work. Let me double check it again. I've already double checked it so many times to see if I wrote it exactly the right way. And it is. Celeste Facebook group. So it's exactly the right way. Why is it not coming up? I almost want to delete it and try to do it again. Hold on, let me delete the command. Let me try to do it again. New command, I'll try to do it all over. Maybe I'll do it. Oh, so wait, hold on. I'm just going to do it the same words because that's what it should be. Celeste Facebook group. Okay, everyone. Hold on 5 seconds. Okay, hold on a second. Oh, I know what I did. Oh my God, I'm an idiot. Oh my Lord. It was my fault. I forgot to put it in the ones. I didn't actually make the command. I put it under the title and not the command. Oh my Lord. Okay. So let's see. Wait, alias must be an existing command. Wait, maybe not. Maybe I did do it right. Wait. Oh, I did do it right. No. So what? That's something else. Yeah, I did do it right. Well, then why is it not working? Okay. Hold on. Create. Um, Dashboard. Let's see. Commands. So it's in the commands. Let me try it again. So help me. I don't know why it's not working. Do you see anything that am I not doing a command right? It's the second time I put it in. Oh, no spaces? Okay. I'll try. All right, let me see. I did it with no spaces. I updated it. But I thought you were allowed to. I think I have spaces in some of mine, though. That's why I don't understand. But maybe, let's see. Maybe it's too long. That's another thing I thought, but we should have told me, hey, it's too long. Why doesn't it say it's too long? It is. Who gave me that tip? So none of mine has spaces? Is that what you guys are saying? Foxy, thank you. Let me see. You're right. Wait, none of mine do have spaces. But why didn't it tell me? You're right. Yay. I must have knew that when I was doing my other commands because none of mine have spaces. I must have forgotten somewhere on the thing. You're right. Wow. Well, that's what it is. Soul, it's Celeste Facebook, just FB group. Is the command, and that's for my Celeste Facebook group, which I want to promote that because there's not really any good Facebook groups on that case. And dude, this case, I mean, I'm gonna be covering this case. This is gonna be last a while because unless the only way I could see it like being like a short thing is if he takes like a plea deal, pleads guilty, and then it's over. But I have a feeling he's gonna take it to trial, which is gonna make this a long thing where, we're gonna be interested in seeing what's going on. Because I can't see him taking a deal. Who knows, unless if he sees they have too much evidence on him. But I feel like this is gonna be one of those that he's gonna take it to trial. So yeah, and gosh, so much information. And so yeah, this will definitely be, and I want you guys to post things there because groups are so freaking informative because everybody's contributing. I love Facebook groups. I get so much good information. So please, you guys, post things there that you're seeing of the case. If it's good, I want you guys to post it, okay? Any Reddit posts or screenshots or videos, or you know what I'm saying? Yay. And Mama Mia is the admin over there, so right, you did accept that one because you were on my Brianna admin, but I don't know, did you accept the admin for David? The only thing with the Brianna, I haven't been active. Well, I did. Nobody else was posting anything about the case. I was only stuff I was posting. But I think the reason why is because there's really nothing to post about it. So I don't know really where to go with it. I was hoping other people would share things to help me out because I don't really know where to go with the case. There's nothing really out there and nobody's posting anything. So I don't know. I guess we'll see how that goes, but I still have the Brianna group. Is it just an accepted fact that maybe it is a self delete? I don't, and if not, I feel like I need your guys' help to help me see other things because I'm not seeing anything, So, but with David, there's a ton of stuff to post and contribute. So, So yeah. I'm trying to think if any other groups. I should have done a Wade one back when I was covering it. That would have been good, but it's too late to do one of that Wade. Oh, that would have been, I would have had so much. That's probably where I could have actually shared all the kiosk stuff. Why didn't I think about that? Could I have? I don't know. I don't know how strict in their policies. I'm not sure as far as like stuff like that with Facebook. I don't know. I'm not that familiar yet. Okay, so see you guys next time. Hope you come back for part 2. Check my pre-records for shortened versions of they're topic based. Like I said, it'll be like topic based. Like the first one was him talking about wait a minute. We didn't even get to the part more relationship stuff. That was in my first one. We didn't get to that part yet on my live stream. But anyway, so the first one is just like topic based. So it's pulled from a bunch of different dates. These topic ones, like the first one is about his dating preferences. The second one I already have done. I haven't uploaded it yet. That's about the gore stuff. And the third one that I've started is about that. It's a shorter, but it's like talking about like in minors type thing. And then I want to do one where they all just talking about Celeste, all the stuff where Celeste is mentioned. And not even by name, but where they're talking about her, because you could tell in context who they're talking about. So that's that one. I want to get that one done next because I think that's an important one. And then I don't know what other ones. There's a few other ones. Zerks, I think that'll be a short one. I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, part 2, I'm going to rewind a few pages back and start with the gore stuff, that conversation, because I think, like I said, a lot of people don't watch the whole thing on these long lives. So to start it with that, I think it's an important thing. Did we get to the empathy quote where he talks about empathy yet? I don't think we did, which is really weird what he says about that. Did we get to that part? I can't remember. Because I mean, I've been over it for my pre-record. I've been over it putting it together. I can't remember if we went over it now. But he makes a really like strange thing about how well, I'll just kind of give you an idea what he says if I haven't talked about it yet. He says, like, not quote, paraphrasing, saying like he talks about how he watches this gore stuff to basically take away his empathy because, like I said, this is just paraphrasing, but because he doesn't want to have empathy for the wrong things. So he's trying to take away the empathy that he would have on those things so he doesn't have it for the wrong things. That's paraphrasing totally. That's not how he says it, but that's the kind of what, like the meaning of it. Absolutely, and it makes no sense. It's like, wait a minute. You should have empathy for that stuff. Not like for somebody getting hurt, like you should feel empathy. That's like the number one thing. You should feel empathy for murder and somebody getting hurt and violence. Like you want to take that away so you don't feel that for people. I don't know. It's just weird. It's like, why would you even say that? Yeah, that'll be coming up really like part 2. It'll be, but I'll have my pre-record on it probably up tomorrow morning. So that'll probably come up before we do part 2, and it'll be in that because I already have that done. So that it'll be in that video, my next pre-record coming up, but it'll be part 2, my live stream too. It's just such a weird comment and I've never seen it posted yet. I mean, maybe you guys have seen more than I have. There's a lot of topics that I've seen posted, little bits and pieces, but there's specific quotes that I haven't seen yet, that I found in there that I haven't seen anybody post. Like that part, I've never seen anybody post that. And there's a couple things about Celeste I'd never seen anybody post either that I thought, I was like, "What? Huh." So yeah. Anyway. Yeah, no, it's not that, but it's a different quote that he says. But I guess it's kind of saying the same thing, but the way he words that, I took it like, yeah, desensitize, but like the way he worded the empathy part, that quote, I took it like a whole different way, because desensitizing is not, I don't take that as like taking away your empathy. I mean, I guess you could look at it like that, but that's not, I guess I view empathy different, because I view like it takes away the shock. Like, so like if you're trying to desensitize yourself, like, so you don't have like that shock and that like physiological like response and like, whoa. But I guess in a weird way, you could view that as the same thing. I just don't, for some reason, maybe because I view empathy different than that. But no, it's a different one. But he does say that too, but it's a different quote that he says about, and he uses, and it's actually talking about empathy. But like I said, I'm going to put that, I already have the thumbnail done for that. So I'm going to wait till tomorrow, since I put out 2 videos today, at least kind of spread it out. So tomorrow when I wake up, I'll post that video. So if you guys could, at least if you're curious, it'll be in that before I get to part 2. But yeah. All right, guys, have a good one. I'll see you when I see you. No, I'll see you soon. I'm back. I'm back. True. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that is what that is. But Foxy, I have a question. Would you view that? Would you say that desensitize is lack of empathy? Like if you desensitize yourself, would you consider that equals having less empathy? Or do you view that as a whole different thing? It's tough. It's kind of tricky, because I could see like the blurred lines there of like, I get it how somebody could blur those lines, but I don't, because I just see it as something different. But I could see how somebody could blur the lines of like, desensitizing means like taking away your empathy, but it would be for a specific thing, you know? Well, I guess it depends what you're desensitizing yourself to. You know what I'm saying? So that could be for anything, really. I don't know. I think it's closer to nihilism now. Do you hear the wind, guys? The wind is crazy. I don't know. The cat fab, I gotta think about that. But I just hate how he preaches Christianity and preaches the Bible. Like that bugs the crap out of me, because that's fake. You know what I'm saying? Not Christianity's not fake, but he's being fake, acting like that he's a Christian, because and the thing is that it's not just like, oh, maybe he changed. No, if you look at that prayers channel, that's like, that would be dates that were after him talking about this crap. So it's like, and then he talks about this crap after those, you know what I'm saying? So it's not like he changed or anything. So it's like he's being fake. He's trying to get the audience, his Christian audience, pretending, oh, he's a man of God, like he's this good guy. It's all fake. And that makes me mad, because he's not. I don't feel, and even when you listen to those videos, I cringe, because you could feel the fakeness. and it bugs me. It's like you're lying, you're being fake. You're pretending. And I feel like you could see it so much in those prayer videos that he has, that TikTok, that channel was all about prayers. Ew, it makes me want to like cringe so bad, because it's like, that's so fake, it's so fake. And there's people that are actually like, I know not now, but people actually believed it. You could feel the insincerity, you could feel the fakeness, you could feel like him trying to pull in this audience that he needs, you know, he wants this other audience, and you could feel him wanting to be like that good guy for the people that want him to be that person. But then the people on Discord, they're talking about all this sex and gore. Ooh, they want me to be that person so I can open up and be that person. But, you know, on TikTok or on, you know, this channel I have here, people are going to see this prayer channel is going to be the people, oh, he's such a good guy. Oh, Christian. And for these people, it's like their truth comes out. So I think the truth is the Discord. I think the truth is that sickness and that sick way. I don't think that's fake. I think that's his real self. This Christian is fake. I should be careful how I word this, because people could just clip that out and make it look like I'm saying Christian is fake. That's not what I'm saying, because I'm a Christian. I'm saying he's fake. He's not a Christian. He's a freaking liar. Okay, I'm going. Bye, guys.